Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction
We are now finalizing the phase of testing of audio and video for those delegations that are connected outside of headquarters. And having done both tests and including the delegations that we have here in the Hall of the Americas, we have the following delegations: Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Uruguay, and Venezuela. We have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ASG. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. I'm pleased to declare open this regular meeting of the Permanent Council, convened to consider the items contained in the order of business document CPOD 2387/22, which I hereby submit for the consideration of this Council. There being no observations, we will proceed to adopt it without amendment. Adopted. We will now proceed to the next item on the order of business, human rights and the environment. Pursuant to the request made by the Permanent Mission of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as contained in document CP in 9422/22. As delegations may already be aware, this request coincides with the recent and historic adoption of the resolution by the United Nations General Assembly on July 28, 2022, which recognizes for the first time that everyone on the planet has a human right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The resolution, which was originally presented by Costa Rica, the Maldives, Morocco, Slovenia, and Switzerland last June, and is now co-sponsored by over 100 countries, notes that the right to a healthy environment is related to existing international law and affirms that its promotion requires the full implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. Within this context, and in furtherance of this landmark decision of the United Nations, I am pleased to welcome our specially invited guest speakers, who are well-recognized experts in this and related fields. We appreciate your participation in today's meeting. The biographies of our distinguished panelists have been distributed by the Secretariat in document CP-INF 9427/22. Having said that, I am honored to open this panel discussion with the initial presentation by the Honorable Kisal M. Peters, Government Senator and the Minister of State with responsibility for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Excellency, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. You have the floor, Minister Peters.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Luan Gilchrist, Chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. His Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the OAS, distinguished heads of delegations, staff of the Secretariat, good morning. In the words of Rachel Carson, in all the world of living things, it is doubtful whether there is a more delicately balanced relationship than that of island life to its environment. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has ratified all of the major global human rights treaties, including the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is also a party to other key human rights treaties, including the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that call upon the government to ensure protection of these vulnerable members of the population. Environmental protection is essential to fulfilling many of the rights recognized in these agreements, including the rights to life, health, and food. Of critical importance is protecting the rights of those who may be most vulnerable to environmental harm and climate change, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. St. Vincent and the Grenadines was one of the first states to ratify the full suite of the multilateral landmark Escazú Treaty, the regional agreement on access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. This treaty commits states to respect, protect, and fulfill the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for current and future generations. The Escazú Treaty should be used to guide the development of all climate and environment-related initiatives, ensuring that human rights are mainstreamed and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is fulfilled. An important challenge is to close the gap between laws and policies on paper and practices on the ground by increasing implementation and enforcement. Madam Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a party to all of the major environmental treaties, including the Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biodiversity, Convention to Combat Desertification, the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, the Basel Convention, the Rotterdam Convention, and the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, as well as regional agreements, including the Convention on the Protection of the Maritime Environment of the wider Caribbean. St. Vincent and the Grenadines also engages in numerous regional environmental initiatives, such as the Enabling Gender Responsive Disaster Recovery, Climate, and Environmental Resilience in the Caribbean, known as Engender Project, through the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and the Caribbean Community and the Caribbean Forum. It is not widely known that one of the first environmental laws in the world was passed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Kings Hill Forest Act of 1791 created the second forest reserve in the world to prevent deforestation and to attract the clouds and the rain so that agriculture could flourish. In addition to the time-honored piece of legislation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has enacted several suites of legislation related to various aspects of human rights, such as water, sanitation, and housing, to ensure the protection of human rights and the environment. On the issue of the climate crisis, Madam Chair, one of the world's most urgent challenges is climate change, which is violating human rights across the planet today and threatening to do so on a vast scale in the years ahead. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with all other small island states in the Caribbean and across the world, is acutely vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change, including rising sea levels, storm surges, hotter temperatures, changes in precipitation patterns, and the increasing intensity of extreme weather events such as hurricanes. We can never forget that climate change is an existential threat for us in the Caribbean. The concatenation of climate related catastrophes has impacted every aspect of people's lives in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our food production is severely affected by hurricanes, the change in precipitation patterns that causes extreme rainfall events and droughts, and additionally, other natural disasters such as the ash fall from the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in April of last year. At least 30 to 40% of the agricultural sector that supplies food to the general population is within the red and orange volcano danger zones, areas with a very high risk of being directly affected by volcanic hazards. The entire population was affected by the eruption, either through damage to their homes, water shortage, interruptions of power supply, loss of livelihoods, or food insecurity. In this respect, I wish, on behalf of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to express our nation's gratitude to the Inter American Committee on Natural Disaster Reduction, governments of the member states, and of permanent observer states, as well as the various individuals, entities, and agencies for the assistance, support, and solidarity provided to St. Vincent and the Grenadines following the volcanic eruption of 2021. Over the last 12 years, Madam Chair, there has been an estimated cumulative loss of approximately 1.5 billion EC dollars, or 220 million, US dollars of our present GDP. Beside the agriculture sector, the health sector is affected by a change in climate and has had to manage the burden of climate sensitive diseases such as vector borne diseases. The water sector is also subject to the negative effects of climate change since the country depends heavily on rainfall to supply its network of rivers and streams and for water harvesting. All of these impact heavily on the well being of our citizens and their right to a fair and happy life as humans. The realities of post disaster periods have shown us that livelihoods can be wiped out overnight as a result of natural disasters. It is therefore troubling as a politician to know that some countries can ignore the repeated pleas for access to concessional financing and the adoption of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index to address these real and present dangers. In larger states, a natural disaster or climate shock can be localized to particular areas, which can then obtain assistance and various forms of support from those areas not so affected. However, in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other small island states, any such shock is a national one, impacting all citizens and often placing essential services at risk. The response, therefore, must always be on a national scale to ensure that citizens everywhere continue to enjoy their full human rights and have access to services and reliable information which could save their lives. Madam Chair, children and youth are also at risk, with the climate crisis causing them to miss school, contributing to high levels of stress and anxiety, and putting them, especially girls, at risk of violence in disaster situations. The CARICOM Commission on Youth urged governments to overcome the lack of awareness and education with regard to environmental issues, in particular, the effects of climate change. It is therefore my view that, and that of my government, that education is a prerequisite to engaging young people in conversations and decision making related to climate action. Education is also a central pillar of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Convention on the Rights of the Child guarantees all children their right to an environmental education. Understanding the ecological challenges facing society, as well as the potential solutions, is a prerequisite to responsible citizenship. Young people must be constantly equipped with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities to play an active role in shaping their future. Madam Chair, protecting the human rights of the people within the Caribbean and the wider region from the ravages of the climate crisis requires actions by all states, but especially those who historically have been and or are currently major contributors to climate change. Large emitters need to rapidly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, stop deforestation, and decrease livestock production in order to avoid catastrophic climate change. Wealthy countries must immediately fulfill their overdue commitment to provide at least 100 billion US dollars annually to assist climate vulnerable states such as St. Vincent and Grenadines in coping with the impacts of a problem that it did not create. Wealthy states must also end their inexcusable decades long delay in making funds available to compensate climate vulnerable states for loss and damage caused by climate change. Like many small island, big ocean states, the Caribbean states face a complex web of interconnected environmental challenges. The global climate crisis is multiplying a number of environmental risks, causing the government to constantly reallocate and dedicate its limited resources to repair, rebuild, and reconstruct instead of further developing. St. Vincent and the Grenadines represents a textbook example of global climate injustice. Despite its negligible contribution to the problem, our nation continues to suffer dramatic consequences as a result of environmental issues with major human rights implications, especially with regard to vulnerable populations. To this end, I take the opportunity to reiterate the clarion call for the recognition and the use of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, which will improve the eligibility of states, especially small island developing states, to access concessional financing and to reduce lending rates. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is committed to achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Human rights are at the heart of the SDGs and should be directly integrated into all plans, policies, and programs intended to advance progress towards the 2030 targets. This is essential to ensure that no one is left behind. The recent adoption on July 28th of this year by the United Nations General Assembly of a landmark resolution, which was co-sponsored by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, entitled "The Human Right to a Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment," is a step in the right direction. The resolution calls upon states and other stakeholders, including private enterprises, to enhance international cooperation and to strengthen capacity in order to scale up efforts to ensure a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for all. Madam Chair, in closing, it should be noted that the full enjoyment of human rights depends upon a healthy environment. The exercise of human rights help to ensure the protection of the environment. The protection of the human rights of the people of the region from the ravages of environmental related events requires action by all states and regional and multilateral organizations to address these shared concerns. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your most informative presentation. I am now pleased to offer the floor to Ms. Soledad Garcia Munoz, Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Madame Rapporteur, welcome back to the Permanent Council. You have the floor.
Madam Chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, permanent observers, commentators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to congratulate the Minister on her extraordinary remark and thank you for the invitation to join this Council meeting in my position as the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights based on the work of the Protocol of San Salvador of the OAS to talk about a topic as core to my mandate as the environment and human rights. I'd like to express my satisfaction for the recent resolution by the UN General Assembly recognizing the environment as a human right and support you and congratulate you at the OAS for highlighting that within the Inter-American system. I'd like to particularly recognize the preamble to the San Salvador Protocol, specifically Article 11 since 1998, has recognized the environment as part of its catalog of rights. Let me also take the opportunity to congratulate the countries that have ratified this agreement, this protocol, including Chile, and issue a call to those who have not yet done so to do so forthwith. I'd also like to recognize the Inter-American Human Rights Court and its opinion, constitutive opinion number 23 of 2017, for highlighting this aspect, along with Article 26 of the Inter-American Convention and the Charter, which also, through a number of resolutions of the General Assembly of the OAS, have made this linkage between the environment and human rights dating back to 1996. Let me particularly note Resolution 2429 of 2008, entitled Human Rights and Climate Change, where the organization recognizes the close ties between the environment and full development of individuals. In 1999, Ecuador also recognized for the first time the relationship between environmental protection and the safeguarding of indigenous lands. Ecuador also, through thematic reports and Redesca, have provided reports on the topic of the indivisibility and interdependence of other rights. For example, Chapter 5 of the 2015 report, in that context, the Commission set forth the initial guidelines on the right to water. Also, indigenous peoples, the question of rights of extractive industries vis-a-vis indigenous peoples, particularly in the Amazon, Afro-descendants, and more recently, the free determination of indigenous peoples. All of these documents contain important standards within the Inter-American system with regard to the environment and the sustainable development, and form part of the Inter-American criteria on this note. Just as we've seen that both the Human Rights Court and Commission have issued resolutions and findings with regard to the environment and certain fundamental rights of the indigenous peoples. So as the case of Sarayaku versus Ecuador, Salamanca against Suriname, and the first case of Black versus Argentina, the court recognized the responsibility of a state with regard to the environment and a healthy environment. We've also seen similar findings in the case of the community of Oruya versus Peru. We've seen a number of hearings also that have been held on the top of the Caribbean and safeguard measures with regard to the case of the Santiago River in Mexico, in Honduras, the San Mateo community, as well as Peru, where we've seen a number of cases that have been very serious and we've needed to address urgently the topic of the relationship between human rights and environmental pollution. The context of the right to a healthy environment has been reiterated time and time again by the Commission in terms of the exercise of environmental rights. As a result, states have an obligation to create social conditions that are focused on human rights in an overarching fashion, not dividing them into the question of an agreeable environment, but rather it's a fundamental or a core human right, an autonomous right, just as the recognition of seas, forests, and rivers are in terms of legal interest. They are undividable. The risk is not just to people, but also to nature, and it has to do with their importance for other human beings with whom we share the environment and the world, again, according to consultative opinion number 23 of the court, with a view toward protecting rights and of all and seeking to ensure governments and do environmental stewardship. Both the Commission and the court have created significant jurisprudence, and this is all contained and reflected in the Escazú Agreement, which furthermore stands as a tool which serves to consolidate inter-American standards in the protection of individuals defending the environment, and plays such a crucial role to ensuring access to justice, a healthy environment, as they have been protected by the Human Rights Commission and Court. Again, these are all fundamental to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The creation of environmental courts and domestic jurisprudence are increasingly important to protecting the environment in our region. We see the recent Supreme Court ruling of Brazil recognizing the Paris Agreement, Paris Accords, as a human rights treaty. We also see that the Protocol of San Salvador and the Escazú Agreement seek to reinforce principles and obligations set forth in inter-American regulations with regard to the right to a healthy environment. Therefore, we once again call upon all member states of Latin America and the Caribbean who have not yet done so to ratify these agreements. Why does this matter? Because the inter-American system also recognizes through the our Inter-American Charter, specifically Article 15, the importance of recognizing democratic systems and the preservation of the environment society in the way that states implement the protection of the environment, respecting these treaties with a view toward ensuring sustainable development to the future, to the benefit of future generations. Lastly, I'd like to refer to the Resolution 3/2022 entitled The Climate Emergency vis-a-vis the obligations of inter-American states in regards to human rights. We are cognizant, of course, that the inter-American system does have enshrined a set of principles and obligations. And we would like to highlight that the resolution itself places an accent on the urgency of recognizing human rights in all policies and climate-related decisions, looking at the topic of gender equality and equal rights for women, particularly as they are most severely impacted as a result of climate change. This also means a cross-cutting approach and non-discrimination, taking into consideration individuals and groups in countries, particularly those who contribute the least to carbon emissions as well as greenhouse gases. We can see the importance also of working hand in hand with boys, girls, children, women, adolescents, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendant communities, particularly those communities that are on the front lines of poverty, extreme poverty, and as they are the ones that again suffer the most as a result of climate change. Of course, we must leave no one behind. In this context, the resolution is a tremendous progress in the context of Resolution 2429 of the General Assembly in terms of the Permanent Council's contribution to the contributions of ensuring an effective exercise of climate change related rights within the Inter-American system. This is, of course, the first and the primary instrument that is born of the Inter-American system in grappling with a climate emergency from a human rights perspective, taking action on the basis of climate change, looking at the innovation that is needed with regard to member states, and continuing to focus these efforts in the context of nature as well as our policies for development and environmental protection. Through the press release that we have recently published from the Office of the Special Rapporteur for the United Nations for the Environment and Human Rights, we've noted that during the pandemic, there has been a lot of backsliding in terms of environmental protections in the region, and we are concerned with the uptick in infectious disease that goes hand in hand with this. There is, of course, a perfect storm in terms of harm being done to the ecosystem, biodiversity, deforestation, and the conversion of land for agriculture, and the harm being done to wildlife and its consequent impact on the human population. We therefore, Madam Chair, welcome the hosting of this Permanent Council session and make ourselves available to the work of all of the specialized institutions within the OAS and member states to continue to ensure that we can all live in a healthy, well-balanced ecological environment in our hemisphere. We also celebrate this historic day along with our friends that are seeking to protect the environment. Madam Chair, this is a unique space in the hemisphere. Just like the pandemic, we are all affected by climate change. We cannot survive unless we work together. The RIDSECA and the Commission and the Working Group of the Protocol of San Salvador join these efforts and know that we cannot waste any more time. We must come together throughout the region, Caribbean, Central America, to grapple with the consequences of climate change, natural disasters. We are certainly well poised in the region to do so, as we must. Thank you very much.
Offer the floor to Professor C. Justin Robinson, Professor of Corporate Finance and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Board for Undergraduate Studies at the University of the West Indies. Professor Robinson, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Luan Gilchrist, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Honorable Kesal Peters, Minister with responsibility for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, permanent representatives and alternate representatives, permanent observers and staff of the Secretariat. Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this forum. I'm going to share a brief PowerPoint. As I take you through my ideas here. So the past 70 years are a human success story on many counts. You know, we are healthier, live longer, and enjoy higher income on average than our predecessors. The proportion of the world's population in absolute poverty has fallen dramatically. As we benefit from advances in technology, modern science, and food production, we may be excused for thinking that humanity never had it so good. As an economist, we tend to focus a lot on GDP, and that has risen enormously since the 1950s. So we are more prosperous, as we can see with the dramatic growth in world GDP. However, that has come at a high price, and we are significantly less biodiverse, as we see that dramatic decline in populations, in species population. So these significant economic achievements conceal a simple truth. All the prosperity we have relies on the nature that surrounds us and of which we are a part, the food we eat, the air, and so on. Yet that has diminished during that period of prosperity. Current extinction rates are, depending on the estimates, 100 to 1,000 times higher than the normal process of species loss. The Living Planet Index, which tracks the abundance of mammals, birds, and so on, between 1970 and 2016, the population has fell globally by 68% on average. What that presents us with is really what we can think of as a once-in-a-lifetime challenge. And the International Economic Agency has laid out a roadmap of what needs to be done if we are to have economic sustainability along with environmental sustainability. And I think the notion of a tall order for once might be an understatement. So we have to make a dramatic transformation in the way we live as a species if we are to survive as a species and maintain our quality of life. So in terms of the buildings we all live in and use for work and live, the IEA in its most recent report says that for us to have sustainability, by 2025, there should be no new sales of fossil fuel boilers. All new buildings should be zero carbon ready by 2030. 50% of existing buildings need to be retrofitted to zero carbon ready levels by 2040. 50% of heating demand should be met by heating pumps by 2045. And more than 85% of buildings should be zero carbon ready by 2050. Transportation, how we move around. Again, to have a sustainable level of economic growth and development consistent with maintaining the natural environment. 60% of global car sales would need to be electric by 2030. 50% of heavy truck sales and no new internal combustion engine car sales by 2035. 50% of aviation fuel should be low emission by 2040. And I can go on and on, but the basic point here is that humanity faces a tall order, and we need a dramatic transformation in the way we conduct our lives. Now, a dramatic transformation of this order also carries an especially heavy price tag. So this unprecedented economic transformation, really, we can summarize, really, as I see it, there are three things we need to do. First is to ensure that our demands on nature do not exceed its supply. So far, there's been a persistent demand overshoot, which is endangering the prosperity of current and future generations. And governments need to move rapidly to develop policies that change prices and behavioral norms. Because right now, prices and behavioral norms operate in a way that our demands on nature consistently exceed its supply. The second transition involves changing our measure of economic success. What gets measured shapes human behavior. So far we rely heavily GDP, and that's a critical measure when it comes to short-term macroeconomic analysis, but it is not an appropriate measure of long-term economic performance because it does not tell us how an economy's assets, particularly its natural assets, are being enhanced or diminished by the decisions we make. Countries need rapidly to move to a measure that accounts for the value of all of our capital stocks, which should include the natural capital, the state of our natural habitat and the environment. New Zealand's well-being index and China's ecosystem are examples of the direction that countries need to move in, and that these measures need to begin to occupy a similar prominence to gross domestic product. And the third transition, really transforming our institutions to enable change. And I'm of the view that at the heart of our unsustainable engagement with nature lies profound institutional failure. Nature's worth to society, the value of the bees that do the pollination for the food we eat, is not reflected in market prices. And as such, they don't shape or guide behavior. And I want to make the point in a forum like this that far more global support is needed to raise financial institutions, in particular, their understanding and awareness of nature-related financial risks. Again, central banks, financial supervisors, the IMF, they can play critical roles in assessing and managing these nature-related risks in their surveillance, financial technical assistance, as well as their investment decisions. So the challenge really is for us to try to maintain our standard of living while having a thriving natural environment underpinned by abundant biodiversity. And that requires a dramatic and urgent economic transformation. Now, the changes I highlighted earlier, they are necessary, they are urgent, they are drastic, and they are also hugely expensive. Small island developing states like St. Vincent and other Caribbean countries and many in Latin America have not been major contributors to this crisis, but they face the costs as we move to adaptation and mitigation. Forums like this are extremely important for us to identify the costs and make the case for creativity, innovation, and bold moves in creating mechanisms and facilities that will allow small island states to be able to finance this drastic and urgent economic transformation that's required. It is not beyond the realm of our creativity. There seem to be simple solutions such as debt relief as a set-off against costs incurred to protect the natural environment and biodiversity. The small island development states cannot simply add the debt to make this transformation. So having a facility where you can net off existing debt against investments required to make this transformation is not beyond the possibility. We have instruments, financial systems such as the special drawing rights, which can be used to provide financing for developing countries in a way that doesn't increase their own debt burden or impose an undue debt burden on the major countries. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. The future is ours to decide. We want to maintain pristine parts of the world like this part of St. Vincent and Grenadines. I think there is an urgent call to action to address this climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Robinson, for your most informative presentation. The floor is now open for participation by member states. I recognize the alternate representative of Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished colleagues, Minister Peters, Professor Robinson, and Commissioner Soledad. Antigua and Barbuda thanks the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for bringing this very important agenda item to the Council's attention. We agree with the former Executive Director of UNEP, Klaus Stouffer, when he said that human rights could not be secured in a degraded or polluted environment. Environmental conditions clearly help to determine the extent to which people enjoy their basic right to life, health, adequate food, housing, traditional livelihood, and culture. Antigua and Barbuda has always advocated that the human rights of its citizens are undermined by the repeated devastation caused by increasingly dangerous hurricanes. This disruption to our economy and the lives of our citizens diminishes our capacity to pursue lives of dignity and well-being. But this narrative is well known, and we believe it is time to go beyond talk and to pursue concrete actions. In this regard, and in the context of the OAS, the Special Economic and Cultural Rights Rapporteurship, to the extent possible, could join Caribbean countries affected by climate change-induced disasters in advocating for a change to the policies of the international financial institutions, such as the World Bank. Lending needs to be aligned with countries' needs and circumstances. The current rules that disqualify middle and high-income Caribbean countries from access to concessionary funding must be altered to include our profound vulnerabilities and to move away from the overriding criteria, which is per capita income. Secondly, the rapporteurship could join in advocating for debt restructuring, including debt forgiveness from the IFIs and from the Paris Club. Reduction of our debt burden would free up much needed economic space to achieve green, resilient, inclusive development and would mitigate financial losses after disasters. Finally, the rapporteurship could join Caribbean countries in advocating for the creation of a well-funded international mechanism to provide compensation for loss and damage to small states which are worse affected by climate change. This list is by no means exhaustive, but it represents a very good first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua. I now offer the floor to the permanent representative of Canada. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleasure to see you this morning, colleagues as well. And let me start by thanking your delegation for organizing this discussion, a very important discussion this morning, and also our speakers, Minister Peters, Special Rapporteur Soledad Garcia-Muñoz, and Professor Robinson. Canada recognizes that climate change is not only having a devastating impact on the environment, but also represents one of the greatest threats to the enjoyment of human rights. It has profound impacts on the rights of Indigenous peoples, the right of peoples to self-determination, the right to development, the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to clean drinking water and basic sanitation, the right to the highest available standard of physical and mental health, and the right to housing of individuals and communities across the world. While reflecting on the dramatic and devastating impacts of climate change, Canada also fully recognizes the importance of protecting the environment and the positive impact that protecting the environment has on human rights. Canada voted in favor of and welcomes the adoption of the UN General Assembly resolution just last week on the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment that was presented by Costa Rica, the Maldives, Morocco, Slovenia, and Switzerland at the UN. However, we recognize that there are divergences of positions among states on the question of a human right to a clean environment, and we acknowledge the absence of an internationally agreed upon definition of what constitutes a human right to a clean environment. Canada takes its human rights obligations very seriously, including by implementing environmental laws and policies and strengthening international regional, and national responses to climate change and environmental issues. Canada's approach to protecting the environment and fighting climate change also takes into account human rights and the rights of Indigenous peoples. It aims to limit the disproportionate impact, and I believe Minister Peters spoke to this issue as well, the disproportionate impact on women, girls, and all marginalized people or peoples in vulnerable situations, such as migrants and persons with a disability. Madam Chair, let me continue in French, please. Au sein de la communauté internationale,
we are concerned about the fact that environmental matters have been absent of the post-pandemic economic measures. These efforts have led to the adoption of measures that can lead to tensions in the environment that is going to have a disproportionate impact in vulnerable autochthonous communities. I think it's very important for us to consider these environmental considerations when tackling climate change challenges as we come out of the pandemic, especially when we're talking about people's rights. And especially when people are victims of stigmatization. And so Canada would like to work on taking a close look at the content and the scope of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and what this can imply within the context of human rights.
Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am grateful for this subject matter having been included, and I appreciate all of the presentations by all of the panelists who have spoken. For Chile, human rights and the protection of the of the environment are a matter of human rights, especially when there is a human right to the environment. A healthy environment is absolutely necessary for full enjoyment of other human rights. This was something that was underscored by the Special Rapporteur for DESCA regarding our country's ratification of the San Salvador Protocol, which we will address in other business. As regards the foreign policy of our country, one of its important aspects is what we call is a multi-dimensional approach to combating climate change, a blue bridge to protect the maritime environment, and this line, together with other countries present in the Summit of the Americas, we proposed creating the Coalition of the Americas for the protection of the ocean, to coordinate and carry out, to cooperate from Patagonia right up through U.S., Canada, and many countries in between. Now, regarding the concern for the ocean environment, the climate change and the elevation of the sea level has wrought negative effects and has become a big source of concern, having repercussions in many other essential aspects for life on the coastal zones, especially in small island states and coastal states. With the flooding of lowlands, many countries and locations will become uninhabitable, jeopardizing the human rights of everyone. Now, for this organization in this hemisphere, this is a priority issue. On the same subject matter of human rights and the environment, I would also like to underscore the recent joining of my country of the Regional Agreement on the public participation and access to justice on environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Escazú Agreement. At this time, our president underscored This is the first binding agreement in the world regarding the protection of human rights defenders and environmental defenders at a time in which we see that this this struggle has cost too many lives. Briefly, would like to point out that at the United Nations and the Human Rights Council's resolution on the environment and human rights, and the recent resolution that we've been speaking about, which is the right to a healthy environment. So by way of a conclusion, I would like to refer to a transition based on environmental justice, equity, non-discrimination, in compliance with the Paris Accord and the objectives of sustainable development. That's why recently the framework law on climate change was recently signed in our country to rein in emissions and to demand the implementation of mitigation measures to rein in emissions. This legislation is important because it helps to make possible the fight against climate change as a state policy, establishing central government powers as well as at the local level. To conclude, Madam President, we take this opportunity to reassert our commitment to defend human rights at all times, in all places, given the intersectionality of the protection of human rights and of the environment. Thank you very much.
The alternate of Costa Rica, you have the floor, please.
Buenos días, señora.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to thank you for today's session. My delegation is grateful for the inclusion of this matter in today's order of business at the behest of the Chair of the Permanent Council, following up on the omnibus resolution on the protection of human rights, promotion and protection of human rights, which urges member states to reflect on the impact of climate change and the environment on human rights. Costa Rica took on the commitment to protect the environment as a state policy in order to strengthen standards and practices to carry through with our environmental obligations at the national, regional, and world level. We also recognize with much concern the ongoing challenges we face, among which financing climate change and the need to push for a circular economy and to eventually and gradually open pit landfills. So we strive to building a sustainable future in harmony with nature, and we are going to underscore three aspects which we think are essential for this commitment. We are part of the Coalition for Nature and People. This is an initiative by more than 100 countries, co-chaired by our country, France, and the UK. This coalition seeks to achieve environmental protection of at least 30% of the marine areas throughout the world as a mechanism to rein in the loss of biodiversity, to safeguard ecosystems, and to promote development that's climate change resilient. Under this commitment, Costa Rica and France announced a joint intention to take part in the third conference of the UN to be held in 2025 in France on the environment, and a preparatory meeting in Costa Rica in 2024. This is based on the historical relationship of cooperation in crucial areas of our environmental and world agenda as a joint commitment in the framework of the UN's response to protecting the oceans. Costa Rica was a co-sponsor of Resolution 514 of the General Assembly on the environment, which calls for the creation of a committee to undertake this work to move toward adopting an international instrument that is legally binding to put an end to plastic pollution, including in the maritime realm. This is a huge achievement in moving forward toward ocean diplomacy, because this is a matter that jeopardizes the health of our populations. This is This calls for ambitious and robust internal legislation, and that it calls for active participation in this international forum to ensure that we truly approach the life cycle of plastics and the circular economy, as well as sustainable production and consumption. The adoption of that resolution, at the UN, is an initiative led by our country together with the support of Slovenia, Maldives, and Morocco. And this 161 votes in favor of passage were gathered. This resolution is which recognizes the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. There's a universal recognition of the right to sustainable, clean, healthy environment comes at a right time within the context of the coming together, the loss of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, all of which a triple crisis, which underscores the enjoyment of human rights, especially those who are most vulnerable. In recognizing the international community, and the fact that the international community has recognized this right, this calls for us to seek out effective and powerful solutions that are rights-based, bringing about transformations in our societies. To conclude, Madam Chair, Costa Rica reasserts its commitment to the environment and its support for multilateralism and international law, human rights law, recognizing that nature-based resolutions are the best tools for us to protect and to more sustainably manage and to restore natural environments. This also while addressing socioeconomic challenges in an effective and active way, simultaneously laying the groundwork for sustainability. Thank you very much.
Ambassador of Panama, floor is yours, Excellency.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Firstly, the delegation of Panama appreciates the inclusion of such an important topic on the agenda and acknowledges the participation of our outstanding presenters, whom we greet most cordially. I would also like to especially recognize the Minister and acknowledge the Honorable Kaisel M. Peters, and thank her for the outstanding work that she's doing on behalf of Foreign Affairs and Education in St. Vincent. And of course, I had an opportunity to get to know her recently. I'd also like to thank our presenter from the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for this report and for noting the resolution number 3/2021 on climate emergency and the scope of inter-American obligations in the area of human rights within that context. This resolution is, of course, a pioneering effort and a very important one for all of our states. In this regard, the ties between climate change and human rights is increasingly self-evident and affects a tremendous variety of rights recognized in our inter-American legal instruments. With a recent resolution by the United Nations on human rights of the environment for a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, significant progress will clearly be made in fixing the wrongs that exist in overcoming environmental injustices and closing the gap and empowering individuals, particularly those who are especially vulnerable. For Panama, ensuring the protection of these core rights are of the utmost importance and have been included in a strategic plan for the national government through 2024. The relationship between these two topics is, as has been noted, of the utmost importance in the context of climate change, migration, and gender. The National Strategy on Climate Change for 2050 also reflects the effort of relocating our indigenous people, Kunayala, as a result of climate change, and efforts to mobilize that population started in 2010 in an effort to move over 100 families toward Panama City. However, despite these efforts, all research shows that there is a tremendous vulnerability for this group of individuals as a result of rising sea levels. We are cognizant that the islands and all of these efforts, all of these areas rather, will be hard hit as they of course live in an archipelago that is subject to flooding as a result of the rising sea levels. There are also an array of other climate change threats posed specifically to women and girls across our region. We believe, therefore, it is of the utmost importance to ensure a cross-cutting approach vis-a-vis gender in our policies, programs, and strategies involving climate change. As a result, in June of this year, our National Plan on Gender and Climate Change looks at 10 priority sectors with concrete measures that we must institute with a view toward gender equality and maintain our efforts through 2050 to ensure the carbon negative position that Panama currently has, along with Suriname and Bhutan. We encourage our fellow nations to continue to combat climate change in this regard, making it a priority on all of our agendas, addressing it internationally through a multi-dimensional effort, looking at our distinguished capabilities but our shared challenges.
You have the floor, please. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. We recognize the initiative of the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the participation of our presenters. We further recognize that climate change and the loss of biodiversity and pollution constitute one of the greatest crises in human history and threaten all of our peoples along with millions of citizens worldwide. El Salvador continues in a climate emergency with 88% of our national territory at risk. In recent years, we have suffered a record number of hurricanes, tropical storms, and droughts, and have become one of the most vulnerable countries in the region. Given this reality, we encourage taking actions to move forward in the area of sustainable development. Our national policy on the environment has allowed us to make progress and to target out those priorities in the context of sustainable development, finding solutions based on nature, green infrastructure, better organization of our territory, and considering in a cross-cutting fashion the environmental development, looking at water resources and others. In December 2021, the legislature approved new legislation on water rights, recognizing it as a human right, as well as sewerage as a component of rights for an appropriate level of living. A key topic is environmental sustainability, on which El Salvador continues to work decisively, transforming its energy matrix, looking to renewable energies as a way of helping to avoid further damage to the environment, along with encouraging investment and employment. We also note the agricultural practices contribute to confront and mitigate the effects of climate change, in the understanding that our country is in the Central American corridor, where millions of people suffer the effects of environmental degradation on a daily basis. The regional initiative in water security, of course, is cross-border, including El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, is supported by the Environmental Fund of the OAS to the amount of $4.8 million, which is tremendously important in reducing the pressure on water resources in the cross-border tri-national area, working to foster ecosystems based on community variability and climate change. Madam Chair, El Salvador has co-sponsored the resolution at the United Nations General Assembly on Human Rights and the Environment for a Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment that was recently approved, as well as the Human Rights Council meeting. The recognition of universal human rights in terms of the environment is an obligation that we understand, accept, and agree to continue working on in this regard in compliance with the UN resolution. We do have a number of challenges. They are shared with all of our regional organizations, and they are particularly important in terms of the international commitment. We call upon all of our fellow nations to adopt, implement, and accept all multilateral agreements of a relevant nature, including the Paris Accords, Sendai, and all inter-American instruments. And we'd like to congratulate furthermore the government of Chile for the recent ratification of the San Salvador Protocol and establishment of progressive measures. Thank you. Sound and origin is deficient. Interpreters regret.
Señora Presidenta.
Bolivia has the floor. Madam Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished ambassadors, good morning. I'd like to thank St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the inclusion of the topic of human rights and the environment on the order of business for this Permanent Council meeting. I thank our three brilliant speakers for their remarks today, particularly the Minister from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This occasion is all the more significant for us because Bolivia, the month of August, is the month of the Pachamama, Mother Earth. We, at this time in the month of August, thank Mother Earth for all of the wonders that she gives us, and our indigenous people celebrate the Pachamama with joy, providing a number of offerings to Mother Earth, thanking her for giving the food that we need as human beings to survive. Recognizing, of course, that for the plurinational state of Bolivia, the principles of conservation, environmental protection, biodiversity, and territory development are themes in our Constitution. Living well, our Constitution establishes individual as well as collective rights with regard to the healthy environment, provides for its protection in a balanced fashion, ensuring that any individual or group of individuals or indigenous people can exercise legal actions in defense of the environment. We work in context of harmony with Mother Nature, defense of biodiversity, the prohibition of all forms of private appropriation, use, exploitation of animal life, plant life, microorganisms, or any other living substance. The conference of 2015, they held in the province of Cochabamba, the World Conference on Peoples on Climate Change and Defense, is where Bolivia and other countries have sought to ensure that countries ensure the effective implementation of the human right recognized by the United Nations to the right to water, recognizing Mother Earth as a constitutional precept in our countries. The universal recognition of human rights, the practices of creating an environmental court of justice, looking at the climate change, and its impact is crucial to understanding our role as responsible individuals in protecting our common and shared heritage. We have undoubtedly an economic and environmental debt vis-a-vis the environment and climate. This conference has recognized those challenges that remain pending. Madam Chair, let me conclude on a topic that is perhaps at the core of our understanding of Mother Earth, of the Pachamama. Our planet we should ask ourselves, is it something that we as human beings can use to the point of destruction, or is the planet something that is above all of us. And we believe that the simple answer is that Mother Earth could live better, perhaps even without us as human beings. Without our Mother Earth, we humans, of course, could not possibly exist. We must respect her.
Floor to the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic. Excellency, the floor is yours.
We thank the Permanent Council Chair for convening this meeting, and we also thank our panelists for joining us today for their very valuable remarks, and we have taken due note of them. Madam Chair, the consequences of climate change are increasingly self-evident. We are witnesses to the severity and the consequences of the droughts, of high temperatures, of forest fires, rising sea levels, the flooding, the melting of our glaciers, increasingly strong storms, and the reduction in biodiversity. Climate change and environmental degradation pose a threat to our planet. There is no single national solution to all of this. It will only be through coordinated effort and joint action through multilateralism that we can overcome the pending challenges. We encourage all countries to recognize the obligations in this regard in terms of human rights that exist in terms of living in an environment that is clean and healthy. The Dominican Republic has and holds fast as a primary priority caring for human rights associated with the environment. We are convinced of the importance of that. Some weeks ago, we hosted the first Ibero-American Conference of Ministers of the Environment and Climate Change. Among the proposals that we would like to highlight that were also presented at COP26 is funding for climate change in the smallest amount of time possible so that countries in the region, particularly those most vulnerable, can develop effective policies to grapple with global warming. The Dominican Republic celebrates the resolution adopted by the United Nations on July 28th, recognizing the importance of human rights in the environment and recognizing as a human right a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We further recognize the impact of climate change, of climate stewardship, and the unsustainable use of natural resources, including air and water pollution. We recognize that the loss of diversity has a direct and direct impact on the enjoyment of all human rights. The timing of this resolution is particularly important given the challenges for our globe. Lastly, we reiterate our commitment to protecting the environment, ensuring the restoration of biodiversity, the readequation and adaptation of soils in seeking to combat the effects of climate change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Chair, distinguished colleagues, representatives, all Ecuador. Thanks our speakers for their presentations. The Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of the IACHR, the Honorable Kaisel Peters of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Professor Justin Robinson of the University of the West Indies. Of course, the promotion and protection of human rights and natural rights represent core principles that affect all of our peoples and all of our governments. Ecuador continues to be committed to fighting climate change and defending our resources. True climate justice and environmental justice is precisely the clarion call that we have heard and to which we bear witness in fighting the phenomena of environmental change and seeking to preserve biodiversity. The president of Ecuador, Guillermo Lasso, has adopted the principles of energy transition and the circular economy in that regard. We have heard the remarks of the different panelists and of our colleagues. The impact of the environmental crisis has a direct impact on illnesses, water scarcity, food security, and others. And their impact is always hardest felt among the most vulnerable groups, which also suffer from the greatest lack of respect of human rights overall. We know, of course, in the context of our commitments, Ecuador has also sought to ensure the expansion of the marine reservation of the Galapagos, has signed, along with Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, the Declaration on the Conservation and Management of Ecosystems in the Pacific Ocean Maritime Corridor. Recently, to the most recent summit of the Americas, Ecuador also signed the Declaration of the Americas for the Protection of the Ocean at the initiative of Chile, signed also by Canada, Mexico, the United States, Panama, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Peru. We hope this coalition will provide an opportunity for collaboration and cooperation on protected marine areas and the conservation of the Pacific Ocean by at least 30% by 2030. We also, in Ecuador, highlight the effort undertaken by Guyana and Ecuador as co-chairs on the working group on our sustainable future, green future, approved at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, and seeking to address climate change planet-wide. We make special note there of defenders of human rights in the area of environmental issues. Let me quote our president, who said that the struggle for a green, sustainable future is one in which we must all be engaged and committed, seeking to ensure multilateralism at the hemispheric level by encouraging greater solidarity, cooperation, and satisfying the imperative of providing and ensuring resilient societies capable of adhering to collaboration and shared but differentiated responsibility of our member states that translate into committed action to solving our pressing problems, end quote. The OAS, along with its 4 pillars, of course, are the ideal political forum for frank, constructive dialogue between our countries and a way to create alliances for cooperation, for the exchange of information and experiences on topics that are pressing for all of us, including the imperative of sustainable development, the urgencies associated with nature and the threats to it, as well as reducing challenges to climate change and human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gracias, señora presidenta. Agradezco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the distinguished panelists for their presentations. The delegation of Venezuela would like to refer to the recent UN resolution 76L75 of July 28th last, which establishes as a human right living in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This has been supported by a number of our member states of this organization, which highlight the commitment of the region to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We note that the UN resolution recognizes particularly harm done to vulnerable groups, including indigenous communities, as a result of the destruction of the environment and the impact that it has on economic development. These topics are of the utmost importance in moving forward in a comprehensive environmental agenda with a view toward ensuring the environmental well-being and economic development of the region over the long term. Madam Chair, if you will allow me, there are two topics I'd like to raise with regard to my country's experience. We cannot speak about human rights and the environment in Venezuela by failing to mention the indigenous communities that have been displaced as a result of the criminal actions of the dictatorship through the mining exploitation in the states of Bolivar and the Amazon, while the destruction of millions of hectares of virgin lands and the ecosystems across the planet have certainly occurred in other places. The control of groups such as the ELN and the FARC, as well as other criminal organizations in these territories, have led not only to environmental damage, but also to massacres. We know that between 2017 and 2020, 18 massacres occurred. And since 2013, we have seen 32 environmental activists assassinated, the most recent of which has been an indigenous people's leader, the activist Virginia Trujillo, just on June 30th of this year, as well as the poisoning, of course, of our rivers as a result of inappropriate levels of mercury as a result of mining operations. Those levels are over 90% higher than the recommended levels, particularly affecting our indigenous peoples. The Cauca River, of course, has suffered this environmental disaster through to the area where the Orinoco River flows into the Caribbean Sea. This poisoning has also affected the islands in the Eastern Caribbean, as well as Guyana and Suriname. Madam Chair, while the region has made progress, we cannot ignore that we continue to suffer from the power of a dictatorial regime in Venezuela that impinges on the free practice of human rights, including human rights to a clean, sustainable environment. This is not, of course, unique to Venezuelans, but all inhabitants of the region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines now has the floor. The floor is yours. Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives and alternates, permanent observers, staff of the Secretariat, invited guest speakers, good morning. Madam Chair, millions of people worldwide have been affected and continue to be affected by the impact of environmental degradation and the resulting climate change. However, those who contribute the least to it and those most vulnerable seem to suffer the worst. This has been expressed by the Honorable Minister with responsibility for foreign affairs and foreign trade of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Minister Peters also referenced the Kings Hill Forest Act of 1971, a copy of which I hold today. Minister Peters also informed of the proactive stance that our country adopts with regard to the protection of human rights in environmental matters. Madam Chair, crops and livestock struggle to survive in conditions where conditions are either too hot or too dry or too cold and wet, threatening food security and livelihoods. This all undermines national efforts at ensuring an adequate standard of living for populations, especially those already at risk for poverty, food insecurity, and poor health. Droughts, flash floods, and storms leave people more vulnerable to loss, injuries, and death, and trigger displacement. The UNHCR estimates that over 20 million people leave their homes annually and move to different areas in their countries or move to other countries due to these sudden, intense, frequent, and extreme weather events. Migrants, according to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, are not inherently vulnerable. Rather, it is the overlapping systemic and structural dynamics, together with various forms of discrimination and inequality that reduce the enjoyment of their rights. Madam Chair, at COP26, we heard some OAS member states, especially the small island developing states, expressing that climate change threatens the existence of their country. We heard the call to reduce environmental degradation and to implement the Paris Agreement on climate change. Earlier this month, CARICOM held the 33rd regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government, where they noted that a vast amount of public and private investment will be needed, together with access to affordable climate finance, if we are to be climate resilient. CARICOM heads noted a long time ago that climate change represents an existential threat, and now they stress that nations will be gravely affected by the impact of climate change, with devastation to infrastructure and key economic sectors. They therefore called on donors to, and I quote, accelerate climate finance to the region, taking into account the unique and special circumstances of small island developing states. End of quotation. Madam Chair, in 2020, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, presented a vision with a collective approach to make the world a better place for future generations. The call to action for human rights, as it is known, has 7 thematic areas. Rights in times of crisis is one of them. Secretary General Guterres stressed that prevention was the best form of protection when it comes to protecting human rights. Madam Chair, the recent recognition by the UN General Assembly that access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a universal human right will help to accelerate our commitment to address the climate change emergency and our human rights obligations. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is among the countries supporting the resolution, which was passed on the 28th of July, and congratulates the proponents, which include Costa Rica. St. Vincent and the Grenadines recognizes the importance of multilateral action and is proud to inform that it has signed and ratified the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, also known as the Escazú Agreement. Madam Chair, my delegation continues to support the OAS in its efforts to advocate for the protection of human rights during climate emergencies. We call on our fellow member states to continue to protect our habitats and to invest in protection and preparedness, to minimize and address displacement and human rights violations during a crisis. This is a global challenge that requires a global effort. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Peru. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was very timely, this topic be added in today's order of business. I'm going to be very brief, just to commend the initiative of the Madam Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines, and also to commend the presentations that we've heard. Regarding the resolution adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations, I would just like to say that President Pedro Castillo of Peru and his social network said the UN has just approved the landmark resolution recognizing the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable resolution. 161 votes in favor. Now, this has special meaning, as Costa Rica said, because this was approved on July 28th, which is exactly the day of our country's birthday, Day of Independence. So I would only add that we have a clear commitment to protect the environment, as well as to protect the oceans. That's why Peru, at the Summit of the Americas, joined the initiative that many presidents of the Americas were a part of, and President Castillo being one of them. This also shows and ratifies our country's commitment. I would also like to put on the record that at the UN General Assembly for the Environment that was held in Nairobi not long ago, Peru floated an initiative to undertake a legally binding agreement or resolution against plastics in the ocean in furtherance of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We're also seeking a framework agreement vis-a-vis natural disasters, which we hope will be approved in short order. Peru, as everyone knows, has been hit by an important natural disaster a few months back, which, in our view, warrants that a resolution on the subject matter be adopted at the Permanent Council. And hopefully this will be given its due at the 52nd General Assembly to be held in Lima.
Barbados, Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies all. First and foremost, I want to thank the enlightened participants who were part of the discussion this morning. And I want particularly to thank the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for bringing this important subject to the Permanent Council of the OAS. Madam Chair, climate change, the science of which we must accept, although some of us don't want to accept it, goes way beyond the concept of the existential threat that climate change poses. Climate change is having a huge impact on the everyday life of every citizen in every community in the Americas and beyond. Climate change every day is making it more difficult for all of us to live in this hemisphere. If we do not marry the issues of increased forest fires in California, flooding and loss of life in Kentucky in the United States, increased hurricanes and the ferocity of those hurricanes, like what was experienced in the Bahamas with Dorian, then we do not understand the link between climate change and our everyday existence. Climate change is having a huge impact on our health, on our education, on our infrastructure and infrastructural development. And therefore, Madam Chair, it is important for us to recognize the link between climate change and human rights. This crisis has brought a recognition to a hitherto misunderstood and unintended cause of many of the issues that we face. And it has given us an expanded view, an expanded definition of what human rights is. Human rights goes way beyond the issues of having an election every 4 or 5 years, the issues of restrictions of human movement. Human rights is also the right to a pristine environment for us to live every day. And therefore, Madam Chair, the issue of how we finance resilience and adaptation within the climate space has become particularly important. Many resources have been dedicated and channeled towards the issue of adaptation, building stronger buildings, building seawalls, etc. But not many resources have flowed towards the area of resilience. For example, the movement towards out of fossil fuels into renewable energy sources. And therefore, we get to understand that unless we get the resources necessary to do so, this existential threat is going to have an even greater impact before we even lose our existence, is having an impact on our everyday lives. And therefore, Madam Chair, again, we make the call. We respect what has been said previously about the issues of a multidimensional vulnerability index. But Barbados has been proposing in the global arena that we need to move towards a climate vulnerability index. In other words, Madam Chair, if more than 5% of your gross domestic product can be wiped out with one single incident, weather incident, we believe that that places us in a particular category. In just 24 hours, the Bahamas lost almost 20% of their GDP by one incident. And therefore, Madam Chair, we make a call again for the international financial institutions from this platform to understand that what makes us vulnerable, because everyone is vulnerable to something, but issues of climate, we are vulnerable, particularly vulnerable to climate incidents, and therefore they can wipe out our GDP in just one fell swoop. Madam Chair, finally, it is important that we recognize that climate change is undermining the very social fabric of our communities in the hemisphere. And as such, we again make the call for those, because we are not the polluters, we are the ones who get the worst part of it. For those who understand their commitment to what was done in Paris, what was reiterated just a year ago in Glasgow, and what we now understand as an ongoing conversation, that those who do not meet their climate commitments are undermining the development goals of the wider global society. I'm obliged to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Excellency. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to the Secretary General, Luis Almagro. The floor is yours, Excellency.
We celebrate this initiative and this discussion about human rights in the environment at a very timely event within the framework of the approval of that resolution at the UN, which calls for access to healthy, sustainable, clean environment that is a universal human right. This happens within a world context in which countries face manifold challenges given globalization, urbanization, demographic trend changes, climate change, which is the largest existential threat mankind has ever faced. Within this context, we should underscore that the Americas has been a pioneer region recognizing the human right of a clean environment in Article 11 of the American Protocol document of the San Salvador Protocol. This instrument is binding for the 18 signatory countries, recognizing the right that all people have to live in a healthy environment, to have basic public services, also saying that it is an obligation that falls to states to protect and improve the environment. The San Salvador Protocol was not only a pioneer, cutting-edge instrument as a human right to clean environment, it also created for the first time a mechanism to monitor progress that countries make in upholding and advancing on economic, cultural, social, environmental rights. Experts from the region came together looking at the biggest challenges and gaps that exist for compliance with the social, cultural, economic, and environmental rights. The working group, presided over by the rapporteur, Verdesca, who was with us here today, is very important. All the observations, recommendations that are issued by this working group of a states party seek ultimately to improve public policies, ensuring human rights, such as the right to work, fair, equitable conditions of work, the right to social security, health, sufficient nutrition, education, culture, and a healthy environment. The Protocol of San Salvador also includes other instruments which underscores the ties between human rights and the environment. One of the most recent instruments, a business letter in which encourages businesses to adopt measures to respect, protect, and to guarantee human rights and to move forward in protecting the environment consistent with international human rights instruments. Also mentioned are the Social Charter of the Americas and its plan of action within the context of, as OECD figures show, that greenhouse gases, only 10% of greenhouse gases worldwide are issued or emitted by Latin America, even though it has a proportionately lower population to other regions. There's accelerated demographic growth, and middle class grows and consumes more, and the climate change caused by greenhouse gases. Latin America and the Caribbean is the region most vulnerable to climate change. Countries of the Caribbean, CARICOM, Central American countries being front and center there. There has been an uptick in extreme events over the last 4 decades. The greater occurrence of this, such as hurricanes and storms and others, have had an impact on regional food security because it undermines the subsistence of people and makes people more vulnerable. In 2018, worldwide, there's been a 61% of displacements caused by climate change related disasters. And we see the ties between food security and displacements of people. Climate change and the effect it has on displacements and food security poses new challenges. There need to be international frameworks for comprehensive protection of people who are thus affected. We are grateful for this initiative, caring for the environment in a context in which our region is exposed to this existential threat. Thank you.
Wishing to make interventions, and having heard the very informative presentations and comments on the issue, I wish to propose that the Permanent Council take note of the presentations made by the specially invited guests, as well as of those of the delegations. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Our next item is the presentation of the annual report of the Inter-American Children's Institute to the 52nd regular session of the General Assembly. This report was distributed as document CP Doc 5777/22. We recall that under Article 91F of the Charter of the organization, the Permanent Council must also consider the reports of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, the Inter-American Juridical Committee, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the General Secretariat, of specialized agencies and conferences, and of other bodies and agencies, and present to the General Assembly any observations and recommendations it deems necessary. On behalf of the Permanent Council, I extend a cordial welcome to the Director General of the Inter-American Children's Institute. Mr. Hyoki, welcome back to the OAS Permanent Council. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, señor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished representatives. For the Inter-American Children's Institute, it is a pleasure to present this report, an annual report, which was approved by the directing board. Please, if you would be so kind to project my PowerPoint presentation. First, I'd like to give you an overview of the regional situation. This relates to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and related phenomena, which has hit us hard, giving rise to many limitations, but rather than shrinking in demand, there's a growth of demand on different areas, environmental health, education, efforts to protect children. And within this context, activity has been quite intense and has been facilitated by new technologies, which minimized the issue of transfer costs. The different networks have played a leading role. Each state has its thematic areas of responsibility, also networks of children and adolescents. 95 regular meetings were held in November in Argentina, and this a meeting was held in Argentina in November, and this was carried out for the first time virtually, given to adjust some of the, or as a result of some of the adjustments made to the rules of procedure. Paraguay hosted 96 regular meeting on October 27th, 28th, and they started these selection list for the General Directorate of the IIN for the period 2023-2027, the deadline for which is June 31st, 2022. Four candidacies were floated for Chile, Ecuador, Honduras, and Paraguay were the candidates, both with great professional backgrounds on the subject matter. Again, the 27th to 28th of October in Asunción is where that will be put to a vote. Now, the elimination of all forms of violence was one of the key issues in the region that we have been addressing. First, a hemispheric survey or diagnosis was undertaken. The first action to that effect was undertaken. That diagnosis was presented before the Committee of Judicial Affairs, and now it's being reviewed by the different bodies of the organization. There was special HR training on violence with 58 participants, 18 member states, 58 participants from 18 member states. Different instruments were discussed on the subject matter of violence in children. Now, the criminal responsibility or liability of children is another topic in the region. A guide for compliance with the conditional suspension of the process in adolescent criminal proceedings was created as an alternative to incarceration. As you know, only under exceptional terms should children be incarcerated. An interinstitutional table was set up. Work was done at the National Institute for Adolescent Social Inclusion, INISA, of Uruguay. There was a virtual course offered for 9 participants from 14 different states. A document addressing areas, circumstances, and characteristics in which institutional violence can occur within the frame of these systems that is outlined a series of guidelines for prevention. promotion and protection of the rights of children and adolescents in situations of human mobility. It goes without saying that this is a very important issue in the region right now. Studies and reports were undertaken, one on early childhood and human mobility. This is a topic that we have delved in deeply in the different documents. Also another report on childhood and adolescence in the context of human mobility, looking at the role of the different mechanisms for protecting children, and a diagnosis report on care given child refugees in coordination with Caritas International. This was organized with CEPINA in Mexico. These were 85 students from the Human Rights Commission of 8 states in Mexico that took part in this promotion and protection of the rights of adolescents and children in the situation of human mobility. The government of Cordoba also was instrumental in co-organizing this effort through the Ministry of Childhood. Next slide. More on the issue of human mobility. In cooperation with the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay, an awareness and information campaign was developed on the rights of migrant children and adolescents in the Uruguayan educational system. A liaison network was stood up across a number of countries to address the migratory matter. A number of member states make up that network. A group of adolescents have also been working on this, and they issued a publication. The Quito group, working with the regional group for protecting children, was another activity that was carried out. The right to live and develop as a family. A regional observatory is being implemented currently on the right to live with a family. 2 studies have been developed. The observatory is still having the final touches put on it, making it a formal observatory, setting up or providing a repository for documents on the subject matter. Different studies and reports were undertaken and issued. Working with AISOS Corporation, Right to Live in a Family report developed within the framework of AISOS, as well as another document, Gender Condition, the Right to Live in a Family, Boys, Girls, Adolescents in Latin America. A survey of that was also conducted. Right to live and develop as a family. Training was offered. Promotion, protection, and the rights of children and adolescents with adult rights deprived of liberty. Working with NAPIS, the NAPIS platform, cooperated in this effort. There were 12 states, 74 students who took part in this. And currently, the English edition is being put together. Then courses on this topic are being designed working with CEPINA of Mexico. We are also working with the NAPIS platform, a call for interest to take part in a workshop on the right to live and develop as a family. And there's going to be a debate on this, and that was submitted to the Committee on the Rights of the Child. Inter-American Program of Cooperation for the Prevention and Remedy of Cases of International Abduction of Children by one of the parents. This resolution was approved. We worked on human resources from 16 different states, 35 students, and a new iteration of this was carried out with 23 students from 7 member states.
We also engaged in a number of further activities in this context, including Uruguay, Costa Rica, and others. Next slide, please.
Programa Interamericano de Participación
The
Infantil y Adolescente. Aquí se
Inter-American
trabajó en
Training
la
Program.
formación de facilitadores adultos.
We worked here
Entre
in the
2020 y
area
2021 se capacitaron
of
104
training
operadores
adults,
pertenecientes a
104
16
operators
estados
belonging to
americanos.
16 member
También
states of
se
the Inter-American
publicó
system. We
un
also
documento sobre la partición de los
published
entornos
a
digitales.
study
Es un tema
on
que emerge
digital
con mucha fuerza en la
environments. This
región,
is a topic that has been particularly
partir
important
fundamentalmente de la
throughout the
pandemia.
region, particularly as a
Y
result
también se
of the
trabajó en la
pandemic.
formación de niños y
And we
adolescentes
also
sobre la
worked in
participación
training
en
for
una
children and
propuesta
adolescents on a
formativa
topic
que llamamos a participar también se
we've
aprende, y
called
que
a
justamente
course You
ese
Can Also
sentido
Learn
de
to
darle a
Participate,
niños, niñas y adolescentes
and this
herramientas
targets
para
it
la
targeted
mejor
specifically
expresión,
36
los procesos de
children
representación,
to
los procesos
look
de toma
at
de decisiones.
processes of
También se
decision
trabajó con
making
36
among other
niños
topics.
a
We worked again
demanda
with
del
36
Ministerio de
children
Educación de Ecuador,
at the
y
request
también
of
se trabajó
the
con grupos
Ministry
consultivos
of Education
y
of
organizados por
Ecuador,
las Américas.
and we also worked with
También
a
hay
number of
4
consultative
ediciones
groups
del
organized
curso
throughout the
de corresponsales
Americas.
infantiles y adolescentes, que es una
There
red
are also
que abarca
an
toda la
additional
región y
group
donde hay una
where
disponibilidad
there is
en
an
español, portugués y
availability
inglés
again in
de
Spanish and
cuadernos
English
que se
of
publican
the
periódicamente.
notebooks that are published on a regular basis. The interpreters do note with regret that there is background noise at origin. We
En
are
este
doing
tema de
our
la
best.
participación infantil y adolescente, que está mandatado justamente por
In the topic of
una
child
resolución
and
expresa de la Asamblea
adolescent
General y
participation, which
pilar
was
de
mandated
democracia,
precisely as a result of the General
aquí
Assembly
tenemos
under the pillar
funcionando en
of
este punto una
democracy,
red sur
we can
de
see the
crianzas y
South
adolescentes
South
llamada
Network for Child and
la red
Adolescent
surca, que abarca
Participation.
toda
It's
Sudamérica
called
y que
SURCA,
tiene como
pursuant to the
referente la
Spanish language
presidencia protectora
acronym,
de Mercosur.
and it
También tenemos una
goes
red
hand
de
in
niños y
hand with the
adolescentes de
pro
Centroamérica,
tempore
México y República
chair
Dominicana,
of
RENACEM, y en esta etapa
Mercosur. We also
incluía
have a
todos
network
los
for
estados
Central
de
America,
Centroamérica,
Mexico,
República
and
Dominicana y
Dominican
México.
and Republic, and this also
Tenemos a su
includes
vez un
another
grupo
network
asesor de
for all the states of
participación
Central America,
infantil y
plus the
adolescente,
Dominican
que son
Republic and Mexico.
ex-adolescentes participantes
And
de
we
estas
also have an
experiencias
advisory
que durante
group
un
for
tiempo
child
aportan su experiencia y
participation, the
sirven
Regional
de
Child
puente
Participation Advisory
intergeneracional,
Group,
digamos,
GRAFIA,
entre el equipo técnico de niños
that
y las
includes a
adolescentes,
technical
en donde
team
tenemos participación
on
de
the
Chile, Colombia y
link
Perú por
between
Sudamérica, El
adolescents
Salvador,
and
México,
children with
Guatemala
the
por Centroamérica,
participation
México,
of
República
Chile, Colombia,
Dominicana,
Peru,
y
El
Canadá y
Salvador, Mexico,
Jamaica por Norteamérica y
Guatemala,
Caribe.
and for North America and the Caribbean,
Adelante,
Canada,
por favor.
and Jamaica. Next slide, please.
La red de corresponsales infantiles y adolescentes
The
tuvo,
network
como
of
decíamos,
child and
12
youth
ediciones de los
correspondents.
cuadernos
We have
Coria,
2
que
editions
son
of the
artículos
annual
escritos por los
course
propios
book.
adolescentes,
Again, this is
donde se
something
abordan
that was written
diferentes
by the
temáticas de su
participants, the
entorno, y también
adolescents
otros documentos
themselves,
como la
and
proclama
other
de nuestros
documents
derechos no
such
estar en
as the
cuarentena,
edition,
como
dissemination of
incluso
the
el Día de la
proclamation,
Niñez
Our
y
rights
de la
are not
adolescencia
in
de pasado.
quarantine, that
Esta red
recognizes
está
children's
conformada
and
por
adolescents'
16
rights.
Estados miembros.
We
Es
have
una red
at present
regional, a
the Korean
diferencia de
network
las que
composed of
mencioné
16
anteriormente, que son
member states.
subregionales. Y ahí
This
tenemos por
includes
Sudamérica,
sub-regional
Argentina,
groups,
Chile, Colombia,
again,
Ecuador, Perú,
for
Uruguay, por Centroamérica,
South America, Chile,
México,
Argentina, Colombia,
Costa
Uruguay,
Rica,
Paraguay, and
Guatemala,
Uruguay,
Honduras,
Central
México,
America, Costa
Panamá y
Rica, Guatemala,
Nicaragua. Y por
Honduras, Mexico,
países de
Panama,
habla inglesa
Nicaragua,
tenemos
and the
Barbados,
English-speaking
Canadá,
countries,
Guyana,
Barbados,
Jamaica, San
Canada,
Vicente y las
Guyana,
Granadinas
Jamaica, St.
y
Vincent and the
Trinidad y
Grenadines,
Tobago.
and
Lo que
Trinidad
nosotros
and
destacamos
Tobago.
en estos
What we'd
últimos
like
años
to
es una
highlight here
creciente
is
participación del
the
Caribe
growing
en esta.
participation of the
Adelante, por
Caribbean
favor.
in these networks. Next slide, please.
También tenemos grupos organizados temáticos,
We
que son
also
grupos de
have
adolescentes que
thematic
se
organized
autoconvocan
groups of
en torno a
children
diferentes
and
temas.
adolescents
Generalmente
covering a
tenemos
series of different
unos sobre
topics.
sistemas de
At
promoción y
this time,
protección,
we have
otros sobre
systems for the promotion and
seguro,
protection of the rights
uso
of
seguro de
children
Internet,
and in
que es un tema, como
adolescents,
decía, que emergió
safe
con
use
mucha
of virtual
fuerza en el marco de la
environments.
pandemia,
The internet, of course, an
movilidad
important
humana,
topic as a result of
educación,
the
y
pandemic,
recientemente
human
se
mobility, and
conformó
more
un grupo
recently, a
organizado
group
temático sobre
focusing
medios de comunicación.
on
En
education
estos grupos
and
están participando
the
10 Estados
communications
miembros,
media.
que ustedes ven el detalle
We have
seguirá.
10 member countries
Adelante, por
participating,
favor.
as we can see on screen. Next slide.
También se impulsaron situaciones de diálogo intergeneracional
We
para la
also have
resolución de conflictos, dos
intergenerational
consultas que se
dialogue for
hicieron de la
conflict
región,
resolution
una
as
sobre
one of our
educación,
areas
ocupando
of work, a
179
regional
niños y
consultation
adolescentes,
on education and rights
y
in the
otra sobre la
post-pandemic world,
violencia.
and
Ambas
another
fueron en
with
el
violence against
2021 y están
adolescents in the
accesibles en la
Americas,
página.
and they were in
También se
2020
trabajó el
and
proyecto global Educación y
2021
Derechos en la
respectively.
Pandemia,
We also have
que
the global
implicó
project
talleres
Education and Rights
subregionales
in
y
the
foros,
post-pandemic world, including
fundamentalmente
3
que quería empezar
sub-regional
a
workshops
identificar las
focusing
experiencias que se venían en el marco de
on
la
the
pandemia y las
experiences
debilidades del sistema
stemming
educativo
from the
prepandemia que quedaron
pandemic
en evidencia en
and
esta
the
situación.
weaknesses of the
Y
education system
foros y
pre-pandemic
conversatorios
that became
organizados por los
self-evident.
propios
We also had
organizados por los propios
forums and
adolescentes.
conversations
Se
organized
hicieron
for the
foros
participation of
de
children
grupos
and
en Colombia, Chile,
adolescents
Ecuador, México,
in
Paraguay, Perú.
conjunction with Colombia, Chile,
Y la
Ecuador, Mexico,
asistencia
Paraguay,
técnica de
and
la
Peru,
Comisión
as
Permanente
well
Niño
as the
Sur en
technical
Argentina,
assistance of the
donde se
Permanent
radica,
Commission
como
of
decíamos,
Niño Sur,
la Red Sur.
where we
Adelante.
have the Red Surk participating.
También tenemos un mandato relativo a
We
la
also have a mandate
facilitación e
in
incremento de la
terms
participación de
of
niños y adolescentes
promoting the
en espacios
participation of
institucionales.
children
En
and
este
adolescents
sentido,
in
hay una
institutional
conformación
spaces.
de una
In
comisión
that regard, there
intergeneracional
is
de
the formation of
seguimiento del
an
tercer foro.
intergenerational commission to
El
follow
tercer
up on
foro
the
es
third Pan
el foro de
American
niños.
Forum of
El foro de
Children
niños, niñas
and
y adolescentes
Adolescents.
es un espacio que
That
forma
is
parte de los
a
congresos del
space
niño, la niña y adolescentes.
that is
Es
part
el
of
máximo
the
órgano del INS, que está
Children
5
and
años dando
Adolescents
lineamientos.
Congress
En esa
that
oportunidad,
provides guidelines.
concomitantemente funcionó
In
la tercer
conjunction
foro
with that,
y
we
hay una
also had
comisión
the
de
third
seguimiento integrada
forum.
por
There's a
los
follow-up
estados
commission
de
composed
Colombia,
of
que
the
fue
member
sede de la
states
reunión de
of
Perú,
Colombia,
por la
the current
sociedad
host, as
civil
well
y
as
por
Peru,
representantes de
civil
los propios
society,
niños y
and
adolescentes
delegates
que
of the
forman
children
parte de este foro.
participating in the
También
forum.
está la
We also
asistencia técnica a la Comisión
have
Interamericana
technical
de Derechos
assistance to
Humanos,
the Inter-American
donde
Commission on
existe
Human
una especial
Rights,
preocupación
where
por la
there is
relación
a
entre la
particular
Comisión y los
concern
grupos de
with
niños y
regard
adolescentes,
to the
más allá de
relationship
los derechos
between the Commission
escritos
and children
y
and
derechos
adolescents,
en el papel, como a veces decimos,
particularly going
de
beyond the
accesibilidad
rights
y de
that are written
poder
down
hacer
on
llegar
paper, but also the
sus
questions
planteos a la
of
Comisión. Hay barreras
accessibility
y en esas
and
barreras
being
estamos
able to
trabajando
make
para
their vision
facilitar
known
justamente una
to
mejor comunicación
the
entre
Commission.
estos
There
órganos
are tools that we are
del
using
Sistema
to
Interamericano
facilitate
de
stronger
Derechos Humanos
communication
y los grupos de
between
niños y
the
adolescentes. Y en el Consejo Permanente de la
IHR
OEA, la
and
celebración del Día
children.
de la Niñez y
And
la
in the context of the Permanent
Presidencia de las
Council
Américas,
of the
en el que
OAS,
este,
a celebration of Children's and Youth Day of the
a
Americas
continuación
in
de este punto vamos a celebrar justamente el día con la
2021
pandemia
and
al
2,
al
and
2022.
we, of course, are
Adelante, por favor.
celebrating that occasion. Next slide.
Uno de los temas nuevos que
One of the
surgió,
new
o por lo
topics
menos que
that
tomó
has
mucha fuerza en el
emerged,
contexto
or
de la
at
pandemia, fue
least that
justamente la
became particularly
necesidad
salient
de la
during the
protección, promoción y
pandemic,
protección de derechos en
is
los
the promotion and
virtuales.
protection of rights in a
En
virtual
ese sentido, se elaboraron
environment.
conversatorios de
In that
políticas
regard, we
públicas
had
de
discussions
uso
on
seguro del
public
Internet que
policies for the
tuvieron
safe use
muy
of
buen
the
recibimiento por
Internet
parte de los
that were
estados.
warmly
Ustedes ven
welcomed
la
by
nómina, son
states. You
12
can
estados
see
que
the
se
12
sumaron a
states
esta
named
iniciativa,
on
en la
screen as
cual
a
se
result of this
intercambió sobre los
initiative,
avances y las
where we
dificultades de las
exchanged
políticas públicas
discussions
en esta
on
temática.
public policies in this
También se
regard.
publicó una guía de
We also published a guide, the promotion of rights in safe internet use, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, where this topic has been delved into in considerable depth, and then also the dissemination and drafting of a friendly version of Observation 20 5 Committee on the Rights of the Child concerning the digital environment. This, again, is a child and adolescent-friendly version, and the drafting of that included adolescents from
Director, please pardon the interruption, but we're running against time, and I respectfully ask that you wind up your presentation in 30 seconds. Thank you.
We have the Inter-American Program. Next slide, please. For the prevention and eradication of child commercial sexual exploitation and illegal trafficking, along with the Inter-American Training Program. In the former context, we had a number of training opportunities. We signed agreements with universities, and we worked with the regional group for the Americas, with GARA, working with tourism groups in the region. Next slide. Let's skip this one. Next slide. Continue. Next. In the framework of these programs, we have publication, training of human resources. Next slide. If we could move through these quickly, because we don't have much time, I'd like to focus on one of the most important projects that we have, which is the Inter-American Training Program. We had 12 regular courses, over 634 people registered, and the participation of 26 states. There were also hybrid classes held in conjunction with the state, in which there was an international regional segment as well as a domestic component, a number of courses also that were done in conjunction with individual states. Next slide, please. Next slide. In terms of our institutional consolidation, we can see our achievements have been in relationship with the universal system, greater fluidity in the relationship with OAS spaces, continuity of cooperation with civil society, active social media communication policy, permanent communication with the Permanent Council, and statutory reform. And of course, we've been able to consolidate with a minimal functioning structure. And we have vacancies in the P2 and G4 levels. Next slide. In terms of our financial report, we have used 100% of the budget. You can see in blue that's associated with human resources that are contracted locally. That is the basis of our team. And the expenditures have been very limited, primarily as a result of the pandemic, and we have not had any missions and a number of other activities that are particularly expensive. Next slide. Very well, that concludes this presentation. Let me just note, as has been said, this is the final report that I'm presenting as the Director General, and I thank the Council for your attention.
General of the Inter-American Children's Institute, the OAS Permanent Council takes this opportunity to thank you for your outstanding leadership of the Institute's work in assisting member states in the development of public policies which benefit children and adolescents in the Americas. We extend our appreciation to you for your laudable work. If there are no objections, the chair suggests that we move immediately to the next agenda item and that delegations address both agenda items. The floor will be offered to delegations after the panelists have presented. We will proceed in this manner if there are no objections. The next item on the agenda is the commemoration of the America's Children and Youth Day, adopted by Resolution 1081 on May 10, 2017. The request for the inclusion of this agenda item was made by the permanent missions of Uruguay, Chile, Ecuador, and Paraguay, as shown in document CPN 9419/22. I'm pleased to offer the floor once again to Mr. Victor Giochi, Director General of the Inter-American Children's Institute. Mr. Giochi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will not greet you again because in my country, we say that greeting people twice brings bad luck, and I don't want to put the organization at risk of that. This activity is in the context of the prior Permanent Council resolution coinciding with the 90th anniversary of the Inter-American Children's Institute in 2017. In the last 5 years, we've held this celebration in different states across the region, always with the highlighted protagonism of children and adolescents themselves. This year, we are celebrating our 95th anniversary, and on June 9th, of course, of this year, this is a time when we should have had this activity, but because of the agenda of the Permanent Council, we had to postpone it, particularly because it overlapped with the Summit of the Americas. We thank you for including it today, and appreciate the request put forward by Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Uruguay to include this on today's order of business. As the resolution itself says, that this is an opportunity to hear from children and adolescents themselves. Therefore, I'm not going to continue to use the floor, and I'm going to share that so that Dulce Castillo, the coordinator of the Inter-American Program for the Participation of Children and Adolescents of the Inter-American Children's Institute, to make a brief presentation of the network correspondence.
Castillo, coordinator of the Inter-American Program for the Participation of Children and Adolescents in the Inter-American Children's Institute, to make a brief presentation on the network of correspondence for children and adolescents, Korea Network, and to introduce the 3 young representatives of this network who are with us today. Ms. Castillo, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. You have the floor.
Thank you very much to the Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, and representatives of member states. As our Director General has noted, the network of correspondence for children and adolescents was created in 2017 to commemorate the anniversary of the Institute, and we are celebrating that here today. Over the last 5 years, the children and adolescents in our region have expressed their opinions through videos, articles, and participating in a range of different international and regional activities, including the Permanent Council within our organization. Currently, 30 children and adolescents from 16 member states between 11 and 17 years of age participate in the network. And of course, this would not be possible without the participation, support, and collaboration of domestic institute and protection systems who support our work and work with us. Angel, Sia, and Samir have been proposed as speakers by their own countries, and today they are representing their peers, sharing their voices and concerns about children and adolescents in the Americas. From the Institute, we appreciate the opportunity on a yearly basis to speak and to share this space. And so let us now recognize Angel from Mexico, Sia from Guyana, and Samir from Trinidad and Tobago.
Boris Duran from Mexico, Zia Bacchus from Guyana, and Samir Sokor from Trinidad and Tobago. Please begin.
Hello, I am Angel Antonio. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the importance of children and adolescents' rights and the importance of the network known as COIA. Hello, how are you? Well, initially, I'd like to speak to you about the importance of children and adolescents. On a personal note, the importance of our rights is that we are able to show what we have. That is to say, we have a right to education, we have a right to a home, we have a right to health, along with many other rights. These are all important because without them, our lives would be very different. We wouldn't have all the things that we enjoy today. And the worst thing is that some children do not actually enjoy these rights. And so for me, having them is very important because it helps us to care for our health, both physical and mental, as well as our physical integrity. And the best thing is that there are many people that help bring these rights to fruition. That's why I think that rights are very important for children and adolescents. Lastly, let me talk about the importance of the CORDIA network. CORDIA is an association of the rights of children and adolescents that help us to ensure that our rights are respected. This is good because without our rights, we cannot take care of our own well-being and health. And the good thing is that CORDIA is present in many different countries and helps to support children. In fact, there is an inclusive program for children and adolescents in which they participate in a lot of activities and support them in their projects. This is good because as a result, children have a broader view of their rights. And again, the good thing is that they can do this on a platform that is amazing, where we get recommendations and instructions for all of the things that we're seeking to do. Thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zia Bacchus, and first and foremost, I would like to express warm regards to the Chair of the Permanent Council and delegations. I am grateful for this opportunity of representing the Caribbean, including my country, Guyana, and the Caraya organization today. I will be speaking about mental health in the Caribbean. Mental health is defined as the inability to handle oneself emotionally, mentally, or physically. In the Caribbean, mental health is an ongoing struggle due to the fact that there are not many trained professionals to handle these cases. During a study dated in December 2016 between two countries in the Caribbean, Jamaica and Guyana, due to social and economical factors, many of the citizens were diagnosed with depression, schizophrenia, and mood disorders. These lead to one of the major causes of death, suicide, in which majority range of the ages of the younger generation. In 2014, a report done by the World Health Organization stated that Guyana was cited as the country with the highest suicide rate in the world, and many reports and research all agree that young persons living in the Caribbean are at a risk of mental health illnesses due to unemployment, anxiety, and abuse, and changes in the environment, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. As a Caraya and a young adult living in the Caribbean, even though there has been preparations to decrease suicide, specifically as it relates with mental health, I suggest that there should be more trained professionals dealing with mental health and awareness to this topic to help reduce the loss of lives in the younger generation, as the Caribbean is a diverse culture, and if there is no one to upkeep this culture, it will be lost. Other countries associated with the Caribbean, such as South and Central America, express their worry about the increase of mental health. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to all. My speech today will be about the Korea Network, child participation, and various issues that I have noticed in Trinidad and Tobago. Before I begin, I would like to extend my gratitude to you all for allowing me to speak here today on these matters. As the saying goes, enjoy the little things, for one day you may look back and realize that they were the big things. And so today I look back. Today, I would like to say that I am grateful that I was given the opportunity to be part of the Korea Network. Through this experience, I am permanently changed. I am now forever an activist. I have learned that, quoting Bob Marley, to get up, stand up for my rights. My most notable realization was that children do have a seat at the table. Children must be part of any discussion that includes them. This act of granting children a voice is in so many ways a grand gesture, as they are therefore enabled to contribute to their own well-being. No longer is it sufficient to let just the adults bargain for our rights. Thus, the groups like the Korea Network are all commendable and better than those that came before, as you are changing the mindset of the youth. In my opinion, children's opinions on matters that concern them are vital to the decision-making process, as they bring a new and important perspective to the table. After all, who better to comment on issues affecting children than the children themselves? However, there is still so much that has to be done, and I'm tempted to say, although there have been many changes, some things remain the same. We need to work on parents and their mindsets, as very often it is through parents' actions that child abuse is allowed to flourish. In my country, Trinidad and Tobago, there are issues that appear insurmountable, such as the issue of Venezuelan migrant children, the educational deficit brought on by COVID-19 lockdown, as well as abuse in the household. On the first issue, it is very common to see Venezuelan migrant children working with their parents all day. I witnessed them selling vegetables on the streets or even begging. School-aged children do not belong out of school, and I am left shaking my head. In these instances, it is almost as if persons are oblivious to the children's right to an education. As alarming as this is, worse issues come to light in the form of child trafficking. On the 18th of July, the Trinidad and Tobago police, with the help of the Venezuelan activist Yesenia Gonzalez, rescued 4 teenage girls from an apartment in Cunupia, Trinidad. This came on the heels of the arrest of police and others, who were then charged with child trafficking and arranging the prostitution of children. This exploitation of children cannot be left unchecked, and I believe that something needs to be done to address this pressing issue. Another issue at the forefront of my mind is the educational gap that remains prevalent in the wake of COVID-19. These children have suffered from a learning loss that may never be recovered. Here in Trinidad, the standardized examinations at the primary school level displayed their lowest scores since the exam's inception. Only 37% of students scored above 50%, and less than 0.5% of applicants managed a percentage greater than 90. These results were so alarming that the Ministry of Education allotted $10 million towards remedying this issue. However, only about 1/3 of these children who need the help the most are receiving their remedial classes. Clearly, The issue here lies within the attitudes of the parents, as they themselves have turned down the avenue to facilitate compensation for the deficiencies suffered by their own children. The third issue is that abuse to children at the hands of their parents and caretakers is still a prevalent issue. The perpetrators are often protected by a veil of silence and taboo, increasing the danger to child victims. Statistics show that 3 out of 4 children suffer physical and psychological violence at the hands of their parents and caregivers. According to the World Health Organization, every year, 40,150 homicide deaths are those of children. And these figures, these alarming figures, highlight the amount of work there still is left if we want to make the world a safe place for children. As of May 2022, in my country, a report of children's homes under the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago documented numerous cases of sexual and physical violence at the hands of caregivers. As the Pope said, protect your families. They are sanctuaries of respect for life. To eradicate abuse, this is where we start. According to the World Health Organization, parents and caregivers must be given information and support regarding nurturing and development. And non-violent parenting methods can be delivered through nurses and social workers in a community setting or through home visits. Learning is the key to success in life, and there is no limit to the skills that children can acquire. So, we also have to increase and encourage enrollment in quality education. Parents also have to recognize this as a necessity. Not only do more laws regarding violence and abuse need to be implemented, but the existing regulations must be strengthened and enforced to a higher standard. Response and support systems, in my opinion, also need improvement. Family care, coupled with ongoing care of child victims, can go a long way towards preventing the long-term effects of abuse from affecting the child victims. We must continue to work towards the goal of ensuring children's rights. Continuous, unflagging effort, persistence, and determination will win. Let not the person be discouraged who has these. Again, thank you for listening to my speech today. As I close, I would also like to say that next year, at the next conference, I really do hope that more children would be present to voice their views and opinions on matters that concern them. Once again, thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all for your interventions. It is very important that we give visibility to our children and youth and make space for their voices to be heard and take cognizance of their work and their concerns for the formulation of relevant policies. We will now show a video from Dr. Pablo Abdala, President of the Uruguayan Institute for Children and Adolescents. Please proceed with the video presentation.
I'm very happy to be able to take part in this celebration, Day of Children and Adolescents, declared in 2017, a decision that was quite timely and healthy. I think all countries need these venues, these opportunities to come together and exchange thoughts and reflect. We need this because regional integration on all topics is a need, but especially on a topic such as this. The topic that the Children's Institute is focus on, given how much happens during that stage of one's life and the commitment that countries have to do to protect and promote sufficiently children and adolescents. That's why to create these opportunities for us to reflect is important, and also to make way for action, exchanges, and to complement what each countries do. The membership of Uruguay in the Inter-American Children's Institute throughout its existence has made a considerable contribution, and it was the right decision to do this, and it has actually had very positive results on our domestic policies on children and adolescents over the last 10 years. Victor Georgi, a psychologist whose presentation was wonderful, and he at the helm of the organization showed his dedication and his adroit leadership. Even remotely, the doctor was able to take part here at this Inter-American meeting among the different countries that make up this region, and that's why for us currently this we see this very rich exchange experience we've had over the years, and how important that has been for us over the years. The training plan, for example, training has proven to be quite essential, quite important. It always has been when we're talking about a task of caring for children, something that is becoming increasingly a professional activity. The right of children to take part, of adolescents to take part in building networks to make viable and possible this very rich participation as we are having right now. You just heard those young people just speak here at this venue, and the right to be heard and to take part, this modern concept of rights doing away with that old, long-standing view that children should only be heard once they become adults. It's very important for children to have the venues and opportunities to be heard and to take part, and that's one of the things that they find at the Institute. Now, the key issue here, without a doubt, is the importance of countries being able to meet and to enrich each other and to exchange ideas based on each country's own realities. As each country makes progress in this subject matter, we all face our own challenges. For example, when children are institutionalized, bring them back into their homes and families, and other issues. The challenges that we all face are the same, and we do see, however, some nuances and variation from country to country. So it's very important for countries to learn how this or that issue has been addressed by other countries, other societies, other governments, for us, humbly, within each one of our countries, to find our own responses. That's why we take part in this. We're very pleased to do so. We have much conviction and commitment to this subject because we understand that the path for development, ensuring rights and growth, is the path we are all going down together. And going down the road together makes this path less complex and easier. So I thank the OAS and the Inter-American Children's Institute for all that it does.
Dr. Abdallah for his participation in this celebration of the America's Children and Youth Day. I now open the floor to delegations for comments.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On behalf of the Paraguayan delegation, we are grateful for this topic, for having been added to the agenda. This mission, along with those of Chile, Ecuador, and Paraguay, we are grateful for the presentations that have been made by the authorities in the American Children's Institute, especially Dr. Victor Georgi. We thank him for his presentation and for all the work that he's done over time to the benefit of children and adolescents. We also are grateful for the words, remarks made by the young people who spoke, Angel Silla, Samir, and the president of the Uruguayan Institute for Children and Adolescents, Dr. Pablo Abdallah. So today we celebrate children and adolescents. 278 million people are under 18 years of age in our region, which shows how important it is to focus on children and adolescents in our hemisphere. All member states should make their best effort to offer protections for boys, girls, adolescents in the continent, addressing decisively matters of inequality, acts of violence perpetrated against children, and other ills of our society that should be eradicated from our region. Within this context, the government of Paraguay is implementing initiatives to ensure the full enjoyment of rights by children and adolescents. May this year, we put together the National Plan for Children and Adolescents 2021-2024, a program that has the guidelines for promoting, protecting children and adolescents. We underscore another program known as Abrazo, given it's an acronym that offers different types of instruments and protective measures for children who are vulnerable, making available services to them. In addition to the efforts and the results we've achieved, I should point out as a show of commitment to promote and protect the rights of children, the government has decided to offer the candidacy of Ms. Noriegos for the 2023-2026 period to head the IIN. Given her experience in this subject matter, we think that she will contribute to progress that could be made in favor of children in the Americas. Paraguay urges for us to continue to, in a comprehensive way, to offer protections for children and adolescents, and that we engage in ongoing dialogue in the hemisphere to ensure that children and adolescents can have hope for a better future in our region. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senhora Presidente,
Madam
agradeço em primeiro lugar ao diretor-geral do Instituto Interamericano da Criança e do Adolescente, Dr. Victor Jorge, que apresentou aqui para nós o relatório do Instituto. Agradecemos a ele, né, considerando que é a última participação dele no Conselho Permanente, todo esse trabalho que ele vem desenvolvendo no Instituto, e desejamos muito sucesso e saúde nos próximos desafios. Agradecemos também a doutora Dulce Castilho, coordenadora do Instituto, uma especial saudação aos jovens representantes da Rede Córea, a reitora Duran, Zia Bacos e Samia Secur, pelas suas apresentações. E, finalmente, ao Dr. Paulo Abdala, presidente do Instituto Uruguaio para as Crianças e Adolescentes. A minha delegação agradece a Vossa Excelência, senhora embaixadora, e as delegações de Paraguai, Chile, Equador e Uruguai pela inclusão deste ponto da agenda na reunião de hoje. A comemoração do Dia da Infância e da Adolescência das Américas é um tema muito caro ao Brasil, uma vez que os direitos das crianças são um tema prioritário para o governo brasileiro. Esse compromisso com a agenda das crianças e adolescentes tem se manifestado claramente nos diversos fóruns internacionais dos quais o Brasil participa. Uma indicação muito clara disso, senhora presidente, é a ratificação em 2017 do protocolo facultativo à Convenção sobre os Direitos da Criança, relativos a um procedimento de comunicações que o Brasil depositou naquele ano. Na terceira comissão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, o Brasil é membro do Core Group, que apresenta resoluções sobre os direitos da criança. Neste ano, 2022, senhora presidente, o Brasil teve papel de destaque também na We Protect Global Alliance, WPGA, uma instituição independente financiada por fundações filantrópicas, com o objetivo de combater o abuso e a exploração sexual online de crianças e adolescentes. Atualmente, a aliança conta com 98 governos, 45 empresas, 46 organizações da sociedade civil e 9 instituições internacionais. Senhor presidente, os avanços domésticos do Brasil na agenda de crianças e adolescentes são também muito robustos. Destaco, em particular, o Programa Nacional de Enfrentamento da Violência contra Crianças e Adolescentes e a Comissão Intersetorial de Enfrentamento à Violência contra Crianças e Adolescentes, criados ambos em 2021. Levando em conta o recorte étnico-racial da população brasileira e a situação de crianças pertencentes a povos e comunidades tradicionais, esse programa articula, consolida e desenvolve políticas públicas voltadas para a garantia dos direitos humanos da criança e do adolescente, a fim de protegê-los de toda forma de negligência, discriminação, exploração, violência, abuso, crueldade e opressão. Outra iniciativa de destaque é o Programa da Criança Protegida, realizado em parceria com a Organização dos Estados Ibero-Americanos, que capacita profissionais do sistema de garantia de direitos. Senhora presidente, nos últimos 3 anos, o governo brasileiro investiu mais de 70 milhões de dólares na proteção de crianças e adolescentes, por meio da instalação e do fortalecimento de conselhos tutelares em cerca de 1.000 municípios, além de outras medidas. O combate ao trabalho infantil está também no topo da agenda. Conforme dados do Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística, houve redução de 357 mil crianças e adolescentes em situação de trabalho infantil no Brasil, no período de 2016 a 2019. Com relação à primeira infância, o Brasil estabeleceu nos últimos anos o programa Criança Feliz, em parceria com diversas agências e instituições da ONU, incluindo o UNICEF. Finalmente, senhora presidente, o Plano Nacional de Prevenção ao Risco Sexual e Gravidez Primária Precoce em Adolescentes tem permitido a redução substantiva do número de gravidezes em adolescentes. Desde 2019, esse número de mães adolescentes caiu 18% no país. Senhor presidente, esses avanços na proteção e promoção dos direitos da criança e do adolescente dão uma medida da prioridade atribuída a essa temática para o Brasil. Refletem, sobretudo, a meta permanente do Estado brasileiro de garantir o desenvolvimento saudável de crianças e adolescentes à luz do princípio da proteção integral. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Brazil. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Mexico. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you. Mexico is very grateful for the very detailed presentation of the annual report that was made by Dr. Victor Georgi. My country recognizes the work that he has carried out on this priority matter that merits the support of member states to ensure that IIN is strengthened. The negative effects of the pandemic have placed boys, girls, adolescents throughout the hemisphere in a particularly vulnerable position, especially given how hard it's been to come out of the economic throes of the pandemic and the effect on their education. This report talks about that and addresses some different activities carried out by the Institute, among which some stand out. Training in HR, different talks, discussions, technical groups that are put together that just remind us how important it is for us to see this population as a group with special rights to ensure their full development. We would like to thank the support that the Institute offered to the first virtual introductory course for the promotion and protection of rights of boys, girls, and adolescents caught up in human displacement. During a week in Mexico in which we focus on children and adolescents, and within the state of Quintana Roo, the report that we heard today helps us to think about the current situation of boys, girls, and adolescents throughout our hemisphere, and to redouble efforts to bolster partnerships in it, and that this demographic group, children and adolescents, be treated as a group with rights. So this is an apt opportunity for us to celebrate the Day of Children and Adolescents and the work of the Coria Network, especially with the participation of Angelo Antonio Torres Duran, who reminded us of the rights that children have and how important it is for these rights to be protected and upheld. Now, within the framework of, or on the occasion of this celebration, Mexico seeks the protection of all rights that this population has, including the protection against all forms of physical or mental abuse, negligence, mistreatment, exploitation, and all forms of violence or discrimination. Mexico deems it to be very important for us to take into account, to hear the voices of boys, girls, and adolescents, when we draft public policies, to ensure they be appropriate ones with the intercultural approach, also taking into account gender and intersectional issues. Our country has received considerable support from this institute. We appreciate it, and we very much thank the work done by Dr. Victor Georgi, Director General of the IIN, and of his entire team. Thank you. Given that I'm taking the floor for the first time today, I would like to thank the Secretary General and everyone else at this table here at the Permanent Council. We would also like to express thanks to Uruguay, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay for including the celebration, a commemoration of children and adolescents of the Americas as an item on today's order of business. We also thank all of the panelists for your very worthy contributions in celebrating this very important day. We have the opportunity to reflect on the promotion, protection, and respect for rights for boys, girls, and adolescents. Panama recognizes the unavoidable responsibility that we have to meet the commitments we've taken on in this subject matter, and we take this opportunity to underscore especially the work done by the IIN. The government of Panama has been carrying out a number of different activities geared toward improving conditions to ensure that all children and adolescents in our country can reach their full potential. Comprehensive strategies have been put together within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals to respect human rights of all children and adolescents in our country without any type of distinction. Among these activities, I would like to share some with you. First, to establish a roadmap for standardizing processes of protection to close gaps in the quality of care given and procedures regarding offering services to children, and also create mechanisms for effective monitoring and oversight geared toward results with indicators of quality for monitoring, developing a standard accounting to ensure standardized care for children. We are also working on strengthening our institutions by undertaking the following actions. Passing the law 285 of 2022 that creates a comprehensive guarantee and protection system for children and adolescents, activating the National Council for Children and Adolescents which seeks to serve as an advisory body and to coordinate public policies on children and adolescent matters. And also, we want to underscore the work carried out to strengthen comprehensive care for early childhood, of which we would mention some concrete actions such as updating the roadmap for care for early childhood to improve services to young children under the new law of 2020, the first law that protects early childhood and promotes early childhood development. We are also working on designing a roadmap to build a national care system. The beneficiary population will be young children and also the elderly. I would conclude by reiterating Panama's commitment to continue working hard to bolster this whole network, offering protection to boys, girls, adolescents, to ensure the well-being and the full enjoyment of their rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Permanent Council meeting started out as your run-of-the-mill Permanent Council meeting until the children arrived. And as soon as children arrived, the whole dynamic changes. I think this happened to all of us. When we heard the three children, one way or the other, there's a very special feeling in which you come to realize how enriching and essential this matter is. It's a sacred matter. I don't think there's anything else more important about which we could work here at the Permanent Council that should be given the priority, the hierarchy, the precedence, and the importance as any qualifier you would like to add. There's nothing that is more important than this one, children. Any other topic, yes, may be important, but this is most likely, at least in my view, the most important of them all. I am reminded of a book by Jose Maria Filtro, a school teacher from Uruguay, a book on a compilation of what children say in schools. And what this teacher did was gather up, compile feelings, opinions, thoughts, ways of how children see the world, understand the world. And this book was very unique. It was wonderful. I wish I had the opportunity to give you a copy. I think, I'm not even sure if this book is still in circulation, is still being published. It would be impossible to find one for each and every one of you, but just to read what children say in the classroom and then to hear children here today, it just makes you realize that the only thing we can do, the only course of action is to go down the path that they are calling upon us to go down. Now, we have these daily legal battles and philosophical discussions in our daily lives, and sometimes we overlook that very important issue, boys, girls, adolescents, children, and adolescents. I worked for years on a code for children and adolescents, and I realized when I finished it that reality had set in and won the day, because things change so quickly that as we are legislating, creating, and trying to come up with solutions, that those children that we think that we can somehow benefit with standards, norms, rules, laws, ultimately are facing now an entirely new host of problems. So this was has been a very enriching morning, hearing from the authorities of the IIN all the different opinions and hearing from all of my colleagues here at the Permanent Council who are knowledgeable and committed, involved, and they know that, again, this is most certainly the most important topic. When we speak of children, we are inches away of talking about a very delicate, thorny issue sometimes. I know we're doing it from a magnanimous standpoint, but that's why I think that we need to be adamant about this so that we can do something concrete. Translate this into something concrete, because words can be carried away by the winds and ultimately nothing happens. So we need to focus on getting something done.
Salvador, you have the floor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My delegation, as it does every year, joins in the recognition and the celebration of this opportunity to celebrate and recognize the challenges of children and adolescents, and particularly to hear their contributions, as we've heard from the Cordia Network. And we would like to highlight the World Week on Maternal Care as the opportunity for children to be breastfed and to receive the appropriate care and nutrition. Investing in children's health at an early age, according to the World Health Program, is one of the best investments, including breastfeeding, because every dollar invested creates 35 in economic return. We are, of course, experiencing difficulties during the COVID-19 pandemic and world economic crisis. Nonetheless, the government of El Salvador, through the Office of the First Lady, is working to foster, protect mother's milk and include concrete actions domestically and internationally to support women who need to return to work in this regard. El Salvador is also seeking to safeguard opportunities for breastfeeding within the UN, which has created spaces that are welcoming for mothers and babies. Madam Chair, we seek to create environments that seek to promote the healthcare, nutrition, education, and protective environments for all children and their rights. One of the pillars of this progress is the passage of a recent law on being born with care, creating a public system to work on respectful birthing. This is the first legislation in Central America that establishes processes and procedures for warm and humane care of mothers when they are about to give birth. It also creates early childhood comprehensive care, early childhood education, and protection against violence, among other services for their integral development. The National Intersectoral Strategy for the Prevention of Pregnancy in Girls and Adolescents, and the presentation of a roadmap for ending violence against children and adolescents, among other areas that the government is undertaking, is particularly important, along with closing out the digital divide. These are our priorities. In this regard, in the latter area, we have provided thousands of computers and tablets connected to the internet to support children and their studies from preschool through high school education. These computers also involve laptops adapted for students with disabilities. In the 3 years of the mandate of President Bukalele, the educational system has made important transformations in infrastructure quality, access, tools, and technological equipment, raising the budget from 3.1 to 5.1% of our GDP. There are a lot of affirmative actions underway and to continue to contribute to our progress. Let me note with gratitude the report of the IIN and the technical support received during the Director General's mandate. I also thank the delegations of Uruguay, Chile, Ecuador, and Paraguay for seeking to commemorate this day. Interpreters regret that sound in the room was highly deficient. Honduras, you have the floor. Thank you very much, colleagues. I agree with my colleague, Washington Alcala of Uruguay. Children and adolescents must be the most important group of people because to a certain extent, the Secretary General Almagro is present. Nestor Mendez, our Assistant Secretary General, is present to hear these remarks. In that regard, I believe that our presence here in this room is also highlighting that. And I am not just speaking to this because I have an adolescent behind me. He's a bit of a child as well because he's only 17 years old, and yet he's here to support these efforts. And I don't want to repeat what my colleague Abdallah has poetically said, but our delegation thanks the organization for bringing this topic to the forefront. We thank the Director General and all of the organizations, as well as the children and adolescent representatives who have presented here. As we all know, time is short today, but the delegation is particularly aware of the progress that's been made by the Inter-American system on this topic and a leader in the Pan-American system. Nonetheless, we are also cognizant that there is a lot of hemisphere-wide dynamics that condition the situation of children in the Americas. Honduras is well aware of the challenges of children and adolescents as a result of the coup d'etat of June 28, 2009, and the subsequent fraudulent government. The taxes and the loss of hope in our country has become impossible to continue to handle. We have the caravans, thousands of Honduran children fleeing repression, violence, and hunger, the loss of hope. And among these thousands of poorly denominated migrants, there are, of course, many, many children and adolescents. We couple with that the pandemic and the consequences of children and students is tremendously important, including an upsurge in the dropout rate. Our administration understands, therefore, that as a matter of human rights, children and adolescents are of the utmost priority. Our president has clearly said so in terms of expressing her mandate. We understand further that childhood and adolescence and the so-called or poorly denominated migrants, the issues of trafficking, sexual exploitation, commercial is the sex trade, domestic violence, discrimination, and other forms of abuse are all very much at the forefront of our concerns. In this regard, we must note that it is therefore of the utmost importance that the IIN strengthen its capabilities throughout the region, but particularly those in Central America. Jorge Alberto Valladares is a candidate and attorney who has presented the topic of childhood and adolescence in Honduras, as well as other areas. They're specialized in the topic, and we turn to him for guidance. Thank you. Again, the interpreters regret the sound conditions at origin are deeply troubling for our work. Haiti is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to see that this topic of so much importance has been included on today's agenda, the question of early childhood and adolescence, which is, of course, a tremendously important topic to the Republic of Haiti. I'm going to set aside the remarks that I had prepared to note that I agree with my colleague, Ambassador Abdallah. Talking about childhood is extraordinarily important to this council and to the region. Children represent the future of our countries. And they should also be agents of change for their own communities. Let me issue a call on behalf of the children of Haiti. So many children in my country who lack access to education, to healthcare services, and I want to highlight that. Rather than read from a prepared text, I would like to call the attention of the members of the Permanent Council to Haiti in particular, because as a result of the situation of insecurity and the obstacles posed by armed groups, and of course, my neighbor here, my colleague from Honduras, is well aware of these challenges. But the children of Haiti are experiencing the perfect storm, an impossible situation. And on that note, I would like to reiterate how important it is to continue to support Haiti so that we can support our children and ensure their future. Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a copy of the Director General's report because in that report there is no mention made of Haiti or the children of Haiti, or at least I did not hear it. Perhaps I am mistaken. So we would nonetheless like to ask for a copy of that report, that annual report of the IIN for our review, and congratulate the institution on its 95th anniversary, even though it appears they failed to recognize the children of Haiti. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Costa Rica appreciates the initiative of the permanent delegations of Uruguay, Chile, Paraguay, and Ecuador for including this topic on the order of business for today. We have been celebrating in this organization this day for the past 5 years. I also appreciate the remarks by Victor Giorgi, the Director General of the IIN, and the presentations made by all of the panelists who have referred to such an important topic in the region. While many believe that the pandemic is a thing of the past, the children and adolescents of the Americas continue to confront the consequences and reflect the needs for the new challenges that they are facing. The First Lady of the Republic of Costa Rica has noted in this context the number of initiatives undertaken for the integral development of children, focusing on their education, recreation, protection, and health, placing a priority on the less favored individuals and those students and young people with the highest levels of poverty, seeking to reduce the educational gap. In this regard, we've also sought to take a cross-cutting approach to gender equality, empowerment of girls and adolescents, with this type of action seeking to ensure that all children in Costa Rica have an opportunity to reach the goals of sustainable development, placing early childhood and adolescence at the heart of the universalization of our public services and social inclusion, pursuant to our domestic and international applicable law. In this regard, Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to the Inter-American Institute for Children and Adolescents and will continue to promote the rights they encourage. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. I now recognize Ecuador. You have the floor. Thank you very much, distinguished delegates who are joining us on site and virtually as well. The institute that today we recognize was born as a result of the Inter-American International Institute for the Protection of Children, dating back to 1927. 10 members, nations of the region, proudly signed that, including Ecuador. This important date has nonetheless agreed to recognize the 90th anniversary of the Institute and have assigned June 9th as the Day of Children and Adolescents in the Americas. Our commemoration then today is appreciated in terms of the work that has been done, and as the ambassador of Uruguay and other speakers have noted, it is a tremendous opportunity to listen and to take note of the frequent references in our countries to children and adolescents as individuals who are right holders. Hearing the voice and the opinion of my colleagues here at the Permanent Council has also helped to ensure that Ecuador can visualize its needs and little by little create its own identities with the participation of our children through their empowerment, starting in the family with an active exercise toward democracy, the exercise of their rights, and to support the generation of new public policies in our country. The obligation that we have from government to ensure that these children's fundamental rights to life, education, healthcare, food, and protection, among others, go far beyond a mere economic commitment. It is a question of consolidating the foundations for a better society, a better country, one that is healthier, more respectful, and more equitable, where the families, communities, and the adult environment listen to, respect, and ensure the protection of the views and beliefs of children and adolescents. Their right to be heard is of the utmost importance, as is their intergeneration equality. We therefore call for greater attention to be paid to their needs and their development. At the regional level, Ecuador is also an active player within the Institute that brings consideration of members' states in the topic of violence against children, adolescents, and their participation in the context of the Cordia network, of course, is tremendously important around thematic topics, the secure use of the internet, the topic of children's rights, adolescents, and so forth. Let me also note that a valuable member of the Inter-American Children's Institute, a coordinator of the area, Esteban de la Torre, who is originally from Ecuador, has sought to continue to contribute to the lofty goals of the organization as its director. He aspires to hold that post, and Ecuador fully supports that application and looks forward to the active support of all of our sister countries so that Mr. De La Torre can become a member of the group of 3 from which the next secretary, the Director General, will be chosen in keeping with the applicable regulations. We in the Americas know that there is something that is an undeniable truth. Every child and adolescent who develops in the absence of their rights and their full respect is an adult who will not reach their true potential. Unless we fight for childhood and adolescence, then we undoubtedly are leaving by the wayside the potential development of our countries. Thank you.
Ambassador of Chile, you have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the inclusion of this topic on the agenda as we have requested along with Uruguay, Ecuador, and Paraguay. We also take note of the presentations by the well-known panelists, and particularly our 3 young people who have represented so ably the Korea Network here today. In our experience, Madam Chair, and the core topic is the moving from a caregiving framework, that is to say, a framework in which children and adolescents are incapable of interacting with society, to a paradigm that recognizes them as being rights holders. This has been a paradigmatic change and a tough path indeed, and has been met with many obstacles and cultural practices that are deeply rooted in our societies. The Korea Network, of course, has faced these challenges and sought to overcome them through innovation, changing institutions, for example. In April of this year, we had held the first interministerial Social Development Committee on Childhood and Family, where the different ministries took on the commitment of childhood and a plan of action on this regard on a priority basis. And that is why this change that we are experiencing is crucial. It is crucial that children be able to develop and evolve in an environment that is free of violence and discrimination, using a number of different tools with a focus on security. And from a gender and human rights perspective is key, considering the children, of course, are particularly vulnerable to domestic violence, violence against women, and gender-based violence. In that regard, to ensure access to justice and due process in cases involving children's rights, recently, Chile created a legal assistance service for children and adolescents that is staffed by individuals familiar with family law, human rights law, or children and adolescent law. I'd also like to highlight our efforts to provide assistance for the return to the classroom, trying or seeking to ensure the comprehensive education of all students in the post-pandemic world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, as the government of Chile, made a commitment to ensuring that all children have a right to socialize and to be able to meet with their classmates and to learn in the scholastic environment. And again, this is particularly important in the post-pandemic world, and we as a government will seek to identify these children and be sure that that access is possible for them. As we have already reported to this Permanent Council, we have presented the candidacy of Maria Esther Ortiz Rojas for the position of Director General of the Institute for the period 2023 to 2026. Thank you, Chile. I now offer the floor to Bolivia. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the Director General, Victor Giorgi, for the report, and also all of our panelists highlighting here the fact that we have had the opportunity here to have with us the presence of children who certainly honor us with their presence and their purity of heart. Madam Chair, in 2027, 10 countries of the Americas signed the Foundational Act of the first intergovernmental organization dedicated to children and adolescents. Today, we celebrate 95 years of history of the organization, and we simply wish to congratulate the group on their work. Madam Chair, Bolivia has participated in many activities, including the participation of children and adolescents in the promotion of their rights in the virtual environment, the inter-American cooperation efforts to avoid the international abduction of children by a parent, the Inter-American Program for the Eradication of Trafficking of girls, boys, and adolescents. The population of children and adolescents in Bolivia today accounts for approximately 40% of the total population. Of that, 66% reside in urban areas and 34% in rural areas. The plurinational state of Bolivia in 2009 included in its constitution the principle of the best interest of the child, being the 8th country in the world to ratify the Conventions of the Rights of the Child of 1990, and for the President of the Republic, Luis Arce Catacora, the topic is of the utmost importance. In reflection thereof, Bolivia has tripled its budget in public policies for children and adolescents over the course of the last 15 years. We have provided a bonus to encourage children to remain in school, for example, and this is also possible since 2006 thanks to the funding provided by our strategically nationalized, publicly owned companies. This has played an important role in literacy and in reducing child malnutrition. We've also reduced child mortality by 50%, and particularly in children under age 5, reducing that by over 60% according to proven official figures. With regard to the progress on the new code for children and adolescents that I had the honor of sponsoring as a member of Congress in 2014, we seek to ensure the priority respect for children and adolescents and their rights, as the ambassador of Chile had said, without any further requirements, establishing for the first time restorative justice for young people who run afoul of the law. We've continued to expand these regulations in favor of children through a series of institutions, through programs to prevent violence in the educational system, the media, generating statistics, and creating offices of the Defender of Children nationwide. In 2019, President Evo Morales Aima approved 2 procedural laws that were strategic and fundamental in terms of returning rights to children and families by reducing red tape, and also the new legislation that was passed at the time to facilitate criminal proceedings in terms of children who are both perpetrators as well as victims of crimes, establishing specific measures to protect them as children and adolescents. Madam Chair, as the Minister of Justice of Bolivia, I was tasked with moving forward these and other efforts. We know, of course, that there is no violence of any sort that is acceptable, but particularly awful is the violence perpetrated against children and adolescents. They don't have the capability to understand what is happening to them. They are pure and pristine, as we've seen today in the hands of our 3 adolescent speakers. As a result, they merit all of our safeguards and protections and should be the ultimate reason why states and multilateral organizations like this one exist. In Bolivia, we have sought to make significant progress on the comprehensive protection of children and adolescents. Although there are pending challenges, we will continue nonetheless to work on the progress made so far today. But the true work goes beyond our borders, and success can only come when we act together and as an international organization. On that note, let me congratulate you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Let me now recognize a permanent observer of Spain.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank you for adding this item on today's order of business. And I would just offer the thought that almost a century has gone by since the Declaration of the Rights of Children, a decade rather, and today it's still necessary for us to continue fighting for the rights of children. I would like to underscore that within this context of socioeconomic crisis stemming from the pandemic, poverty continues to thwart many children's early childhood, and this is something affecting many children and adolescents. The pandemic has made poverty and violence worse, especially violence against children and adolescents, and it has also worsened child exploitation, in which children fall prey to sexual exploitation and violence. Now, this is a situation we cannot abide by, and we need to put at the service of the fighting against this all of the diplomatic efforts we can bring to bear. Any type of child exploitation is the ultimate denial of their rights, of the present and future, of the children's and adolescents' rights, as well as of people's and whole societies. If we can to reduce poverty and inequality that children are the biggest victims of, we cannot move forward as societies, free societies. That's why I would like to share at this permanent council with you that at the Council of the European Union that's going to take place in the second half of 2023, Spain would like to grant or offers a structural policy, strategic policy, the protection of childhood, early childhood. And here at the forum of the OAS, member states can continue to count on Spain to continue to fight against poverty affecting children and to help to ensure children's and adolescents' rights be upheld also from the gender perspective, as well as an inclusive approach with justice, equity, social justice, seeking to ensure public powers do their part to ensure for children a dignified life for children.
The floor to address the celebration of the America's Children and Youth Day. I also thank the delegations of Uruguay, Chile, Ecuador, and Paraguay for requesting this item on our agenda today. Once again, I thank Director Georgie for the report presented, and through him, I congratulate the entire team of the Inter-American Children's Institute for the results achieved in 2021. The Chair also suggests that the Permanent Council take note of the presentation of the annual report of the Inter-American Children's Institute, which was made by its director, and of the comments expressed by the delegations. The report will be transmitted to the General Assembly at its 52nd regular session. There being no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. I recognize the alternate from Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor, ma'am. Trinidad and Tobago, you've been recognized. Trinidad and Tobago, are you there? We will come back to you, Trinidad and Tobago. The next item on the agenda is consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on Inter-American Summits, Management, and Civil Society Participation in OAS activities regarding the requests of 8 civil society organizations to participate in the activities of the organization. In accordance with the request made by the chair of the committee in Note CP Inv 9421/22, the chair suggests that the Permanent Council accept the recommendation, approve the participation of the 8 civil society organizations listed in document CP CISC 1064/22, and instruct the General Secretariat to ensure that those organizations are duly registered in the OAS registry. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Agreed. Let us now proceed to the approval of the draft resolutions, cost recovery system of the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States for projects financed with specific funds, contained in document CP CAP 3835/22, and authorization to use resources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund to partially finance the demand notes of the GSB, contained in document contained in document CP CAP 3834/22 Rev 1, as presented by the chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. If there are no objections, I note that Trinidad and Tobago has requested the floor, followed by the Bahamas. Please proceed, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we're hearing you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago joins with member states in thanking the delegation of Uruguay for requesting the inclusion of this item on today's agenda, and welcomes the commemoration of the America's Children and Youth Day at the OAS. We also express appreciation for the presentations made by the distinguished members of the panel and note the presentation made by Mr. Sukur of the Korea Network. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago will review the content of Mr. Sukur's presentation, and where appropriate and necessary, the delegation will provide information to ensure the accuracy of information provided to the PC regarding the experiences of children in public institutions. Chair, this delegation takes this opportunity to reiterate the commitment of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago to protecting and upholding the rights of all children and adolescents. This commitment is reflected in the National Child Policy 2020 to 2030, which seeks to, quote, promote and ensure the positive development and well-being, best interests, and empowerment of all children through the recognition of their importance, prioritization of their needs, respect for and protection of their rights, and through the encouragement of their active participation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of the Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My intervention will cover items 6, bullets 1 and 2, the cost recovery system, and then the other one with the authorization to use the resources. With your permission, if I can address both simultaneously in the fullness of, in the sense of brevity. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The delegation of the Bahamas commends the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs and the Secretariat for Administration and Finance for the work done towards reforming the organization's indirect cost recovery policy, which has resulted in the proposal before us. In light of the chronic underfunding of this organization and in the context of the insufficient quota levels, the delinquency in payments, and the inability in mobilizing external resources to finance projects and programs, it is an operational imperative that we pursue reforms and initiatives that can enhance and secure the viability of the Organization of American States. Madam Chair, we acknowledge the observations of the Audit Committee, whereas the proposal on the table seeks to move us closer to the kinds of transparency in our administrative and fiscal affairs that we expect. Notably, the proposal seeks to provide clarity on the 3 sets of costs which donors will be required to underwrite in respect of project execution through the OAS. Firstly is the direct costs. Secondly, the indirect costs through the 7% rate, reducing it from 13% to 7%. And thirdly, the project support costs, which are considered attributable to direct costs in the form of transaction fees, which go to SAFs and the SAF's dependencies. In addition to the aforementioned costs, from my delegation's perspective, reforming the ICR policy should also include seeking improvements on 2 scores. Firstly, enhancing the OAS perceived competitiveness for attracting donor financing. Secondly, providing greater equity in the distribution of income from donor projects among all of the secretariats which are involved in this process. Madam Chair, on the first score, in examining and surveying the modeling provided by SAF on how the new policy would impact actual projects, it remains unclear to my delegation whether in real terms this policy would actually result in a more competitive positioning of the OAS, especially with larger projects. It appears likely that larger and more transaction-intensive projects may end up actually paying more in overhead to the OAS than they would under the current model. These instances may not augur best in enhancing the organization's competitiveness. Therefore, Madam Chair, colleagues, it may have been beneficial for this proposal to have been piloted for a relative period in order to assess the real impact of the adjustments. As such, my delegation would still propose that this can be accommodated as a precursor prior to full implementation. Madam Chair, on the second score, my delegation is also unclear about the extent which this proposal will meet the objective of enhancing equity in the distribution of income which is received from specific fund projects between SAF and the secretariats that actually bring in these projects and generate this income. We note that the question and answers document, which was provided by SAF to address queries with other secretariats and responses from SAF on this new policy, was quite illuminating. In fact, Madam Chair, that same document demonstrated that many of the other secretariats actually questioned the assertion that this policy would significantly enhance the competitive posture of the OAS when seeking donor funds. The consultations within CAP, we believe, could have benefited from engagement with and hearing from the other secretariats and also perhaps from donor observer states on their views on the proposed policy changes. And my delegation would therefore respectfully recommend that such consultations are encouraged and permitted to take place in advance of approval of the approval by this permanent council and submission of this proposal onto the General Assembly. Again, Chair, we laud the work done in this initiative thus far. However, my delegation is extremely concerned about the comprehensive review of the real application and impact of the proposal. My delegation would also like to avoid any deleterious unintended consequences, as we believe that we still have time to do so. The projects and programs offered by the OAS provide real value and value added for small states like mine. And we would like to see the OAS continue to be a partner of preference for the donor community. Adequate cost recovery is central, of course, to the objective of the ICR. But we believe our reforms should also be guided by the real impact on competitiveness and the real equity in distribution of project financing. Madam Chair, my delegation has outlined two, but not limited, areas of contradictions, and in presentation of the same, we hereby seek the careful and further consideration of this proposal, which is before us today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In respect of the use of the ICR, Madam Chair, my delegation has intervened in this instance to caution in respect of the reliance and use of the indirect cost recovery as a source of recurrent revenue. Moreover, the ICR is a short-term solution, but not a sustainable income stream. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. The Chair notes the comments made by the Bahamas. May we now proceed? I recognize Canada. Canada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was actually intending to take the floor after you had taken action on this item, but I noticed that a colleague has spoken, so I thought I should take the floor at this point as well. Let me start by thanking the SAF and the CAP for working diligently over so many months to produce this new cost recovery system. As a member of the organization and a country, I think that's been very privileged to be able to provide significant voluntary funds over the years to support the important work of the organization. I think from our view, this is an important reform which has the possibility of infusing transparency in the way the OAS manages its activities, and in doing so, the potential to positively change the organization's relationship with its donors. As reliance on donors increases, the organization must strive to become more competitive, as my colleague was referring to as well. And this means a couple of things. It means remaining relevant to the realities and the needs of our organization. And it also means aligning its internal financial management practices with those of other organizations that are, in a way, vying for the same limited basket of international donor funds. It's a fast-changing international environment that the OAS and we all work in, and there's a need to constantly adapt. And so, as we look to the future, I think the question for us will be whether this new cost recovery methodology will produce its intended results. And I think from our perspective, we think it's important as member states that we remain seized of this issue and that we continue to closely monitor implementation of this project. It'll be important that the SAF and the Department of External Relations work closely with donors to ensure the methodology is implemented in a way that supports the goals and objectives that have been outlined. From our view, Canada will request that the SAF provide an annual report on the new methodology's implementation and effectiveness, including the views and feedback of donors, so that member states are able to assess the efficacy of the reform, the proposed reform, and also to determine if any adjustments may be warranted over time. Thank you.
The chair notes the comments of Canada and noting that there are no objections to the approval of the draft resolutions. They are the Bahamas.
Madam Chair, having regard to my earlier comments, I would respectfully suggest that the matter be reconsidered. So we do object. We would like for a consideration of the exercise being piloted over a relative period, or we can have we can have SAF qualify the comments that the Bahamas had indicated. We had indicated two things. Firstly, that we don't think that it's going to apply. Larger projects will be impacted, and there was a question and answer survey that was issued, and it appears as though the secretariats that have to actually implement this process, they objected. So we have the practitioners who are objecting, and we have the large projects which will be impacted. Again, my delegation does not want to impede the process. We may want to footnote it, but I would like for SAF, if SAF is available, to dispute the position of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. Your concerns are noted. In that regard, the chair recommends that this item be moved to the next regular session of the Permanent Council to give ample time for the consideration of the recommendations made. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the invitations to the 52nd regular session of the General Assembly that require authorization by the Permanent Council as contained in the report of the General Secretariat and the draft resolution contained in document CP Doc 5793/22 Rev 1, which was duly distributed to delegations. It should be noted that the list of invitations is almost the same as the one approved last year, except for the addition of the Pacific Alliance. I would like to ask delegations if we are able to approve this draft resolution. If there are no objections, it is approved. Approved. With the permission of the Council, the Chair recommends that we move item 8 to the next regular session of the Permanent Council in the interest of time. In that regard, we now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the farewell to our colleague, Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez, Permanent Representative of Colombia. Ambassador Ordóñez presented his letters of credence to the Secretary General on September 21st, 2018. During his tenure as Permanent Representative of Colombia, he served as Vice Chair of the Permanent Council and the General Committee from January 1st to March 31st, 2019. He is currently Chair of the Permanent Council Working Group on Nicaragua in terms of Article 6 of the Rules of Procedure. Ambassador Ordóñez, this council has benefited from your legal knowledge, diplomatic acumen, and active participation in our deliberations. I now offer the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups. Dominican Republic, you have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to address you on behalf of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, members of the Central American Integration System, CICA. We thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for putting this item on today's order of business. And we take this moment to express our recognition At the conclusion of a long public service career, our friend Alejandro Ordóñez, Ambassador Ordóñez, actively represented the interests of his government at this organization, and he always stuck to his principles regarding the rule of law, strengthening democracy, and respect for human rights. During his stay here, the impetus with which he worked was unmatched, working on matters that were far-reaching and transcendent over the last couple of years, and he played a very important role in those matters. It was always a learning process when we had such a professional with a vast experience, a background and trajectory, and it's an honor for me and on behalf of the countries I've just mentioned that make up our regional group to express how grateful and appreciative we are for your work here at this organization, and we wish for you health and success as you move forward. We wish for you the best in all your future undertakings, and we know that wherever you find yourself, you can count on our friendship, and we encourage you in everything you do. I hope you find prosperity in your personal and professional life, and much success. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sir. Muchísimas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I speak in my position as coordinator of Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador. But I'm sure my colleagues are also going to speak, despite my speaking on their behalf, because I'm just certainly going to trigger those responses. So Alejandro is one of these people that when you meet him, he simply strikes you. There are people who have the ability to leave you with feelings, with emotions, impressions, and Alejandro is one of these individuals that has his principles on his sleeve, whether you like it or not. He says things in the tone of voice he has to say them as he feels them, and when the time to say them is right. We don't always see people sticking to their principles in modern society, but this is something that is very important to me. Someone who says what he means what he says, knows who he is, and acts accordingly with conviction. I think that's a rare avis. And so it's hard for us to find sometimes people who are upstanding and straight shooters, and this is something that has played a very important role in his role representing Colombia. That's key, and the values that he represents and he feels, he has made us feel that through and through, and that's something else we have to acknowledge. We need to listen. We always have to listen. We always have to hear those who speak the truth without reservation and out loud. That ability to listen, one learns and is enriched, and one comes to know other people's reality. And this is a lesson that Alejandro has taught us. You may disagree or agree, but we do have to get along. That's the key. We have to get along. And this area of diplomacy, plurality, we are so different. And we have to build within this polychromatic, multifaceted, diverse perspectives. And so I have the utmost respect for you, that this is someone who's very serious, who has always acted in a very open honest, transparent way. I love that. When people don't dissemble, they say what they mean, they look you in the eye, and whether they're right or wrong, you know who you're dealing with. As people like Mr. Don Alejandro are a true example for all of us and for those who know him outside of this place, who know him for who he is. A true example.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of CARICOM, I'd like to read the following text. Ambassador, as you well know, for a diplomat, the end of a mission is a unique moment, and bidding you farewell is a time in which we reflect on days gone by. It is an opportunity to look at personal and professional development. You have certainly left a mark on all of us here in the home of the Americas. Undoubtedly, you have represented your country with honor, dignity, and responsibility on all occasions. You have remained completely committed. You have been available, and you have fulfilled your mission nobly. Here at the Permanent Council, it has been an honor and a privilege to have a diplomat of your caliber among us. You further, of course, have shared with us true friendship, and that has strengthened the strong ties between Colombia and CARICOM. Ambassador, my dear friend, you have acted always with a vision of justice, and this is not a matter of happenstance. When we have dealt with thorny topics, we have taken full advantage of your knowledge and background. Your vision has always been key in finding consensus, in finding ways to summarize our issues and to give rise to creative solutions. Ambassador, you will, of course, be sorely missed. On behalf of the ambassadors of CARICOM, I want to thank you for your tenure and express our gratitude for having had the opportunity to work with you on behalf of our people and our states. Your 4 years here at the OAS have enabled us to get to know you, a diplomat with such vast knowledge, such a strong background, and this is to the benefit of the entire region. Your absence will be deeply felt. Your contributions to regional multilateralism are unparalleled. I would therefore like to join others in rendering homage to you here at the Permanent Council today. Again, on behalf of the countries of CARICOM, you leave a strong legacy behind you here at the OAS. Thank you most sincerely for everything you have done. We wish you Godspeed and best of returns to your family, and as well as all the best in returning to your country and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The U.S. delegation would like to recognize the truly first-class work of Ambassador Ordóñez. I must say, on a personal note, I thank the ambassador for his generosity with me. I remember last year, almost 1 month into the job, you so graciously invited me into your office, and you were so generous with your time. That really meant a lot to me, and I truly appreciate that. My delegation adds to those wishing Ambassador Ordóñez all the best in his future endeavors. We are grateful for his willingness to take on some of the most vexing issues facing this organization, Nicaragua and Venezuela among them. During his time as permanent representative, Ambassador Ordóñez championed efforts to engage and address the unique and pressing challenges faced by Venezuelan displaced persons, including his leading of an important visit of the OAS Permanent Council to the border regions of Colombia and Venezuela. This came at a critical time for advancing awareness of and the need to address the social and economic challenges facing Venezuelan diaspora communities, including in Colombia. These actions helped to advance regional coordination and highlight the role of the OAS in regional responses to the internal and external causes for that displacement in Venezuela. And lastly, we commend his support for helping to host such a successful General Assembly in Medellin, which served as such a hospitable city. Ambassador Ordóñez, we wish you the best of luck in your next stage of professional life, and know you will keep in touch with all of your friends here at the OAS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I now offer the floor to Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think as my colleague from Haiti said, this is part of the natural life, I guess, of diplomats, but it's still an important moment to recognize when a colleague and friend is departing from our organization. So on behalf of Canada, Ambassador Ordóñez, let me thank you, Your Excellency, for representing your country with dignity, with poise, and with conviction over the course of the past 4 years at the Organization of American States. Ambassador Abdallah spoke, I think, and really gave a really excellent description not only of your professional contributions, but the way in which you personally have carried out your responsibilities amongst us at this organization. And you could see, I think, in many ways, your background as a jurist come forth in the way that you dealt with us individually, as a group, fairly directly sometimes, but I think also always with that search for some way, when we could, to bridge differences that might exist amongst the members of this organization. And a commitment to, as my colleague from the US just mentioned, particularly situations of human rights in Nicaragua and in Venezuela. And I wanted to raise those 2 points in particular because those are instances where I think you have raised your voice clearly for those who have been affected, and I think that voice has been heard, and I wanted to recognize that contribution as well. Ambassador, our collaboration with your country on many issues over the past years has been greatly appreciated, and your commitment to that has been appreciated very much as well. So let me thank you and wish you the best for the future. Gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. I now offer the floor to the Ambassador of Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador Ordóñez Maldonado. While the representatives of the different regional groups have rightly expressed the feelings that we all share around the table, Ecuador, as our coordinator, the ambassador of Uruguay has noted, cannot fail to express on its own its appreciation of our sister and neighboring country, particularly because of the unique personal characteristics of Ambassador Ordóñez Maldonado. While I personally have been here for a very limited time, I've had an opportunity to get to know you. In addition, of course, you were a very well-known figure both here and at home. Your presence here in the OAS and especially in this forum of the Permanent Council has been of the utmost importance. Obviously, when you arrived here in Washington for this position in 2018, you came preceded by a brilliant career in public service in academia, among others. President Ivan Duque of Colombia also recognized that appointment and acknowledged the contributions that you have made so that Colombia could invite everyone to join in the fraternity and sorority of peoples and encourage cooperation of our peoples in defense of our democracy. And I believe that you have done that at the behest of your president, but also as a result of your personal beliefs, your commitment to the institution, to the strength of the organization. The Permanent Council has always been done in a collaborative spirit, full of dignity and of a gentlemanly and fraternal attitude. Your remarks in support of freedom, human rights, and democracy are, of course, as others have noted, unparalleled. We wish you and your family the best. We bid you farewell, sadly, but confident and optimistic that you will remain linked to the organization in some way or another into the future, and are confident that your legacy will live on here and in all of the commitments and interests of the hemisphere. We are firmly convinced that the positions, principles, and best interests of our countries have been carried forth by Ambassador Ordóñez Maldonado with clarity, patriotism, and intellectual honesty. As others have noted, his absence will be deeply felt. We know that the rotation of different permanent representatives is a natural cycle at the OAS, but we also know that there are some who leave a mark that goes beyond the regular path. That is certainly the case here. You, Alejandro, Ambassador Ordóñez, fair and just as you are, I know that you will be objective and will constructively and favorably evaluate your own passage here at the OAS, as we do here today with respect, gratitude, and recognition. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very much in a synchronous position, as I tend to be, with the eloquence of Ambassador Washington Abdallah, who coordinates the regional group to which Venezuela belongs. But nonetheless, I would like to speak personally for a moment, because indeed it is very difficult to bid Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez farewell. From our first meeting in his office at the Colombian mission 3 years ago, I have enjoyed his friendship, his example, his teachings, but particularly his deep respect for his convictions and the sisterhood between Colombia and Venezuela, our shared belief in democracy, the rule of law, and the importance of this organization. We have worked together, I believe, fruitfully and sincere friendship. Alejandro, I can offer you just my gratitude for your support and for having shared with me your protracted experience and tremendous human qualities. If anyone asked me today who Alejandro Ordóñez is, I would quote Antonio Machado. He is a man in the best sense of the word. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Paraguay. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the permission of the ambassador of Uruguay, the coordinator of the South American group, I'd like to express our gratitude for the outstanding work by Ambassador Ordóñez, highlighting that we must acknowledge his sense of commitment and responsibility in performing his duties. The delegation of Colombia, all of their members, have been very important in the OAS in recent years, and we've been able to see the leadership of Ambassador Ordóñez. His commitment has been very much welcome and appreciated by all. I wish him the best of success and look forward to seeing him in the future. And I thank you on behalf of my delegation and our former ambassador, Elisa Ruiz Diaz, for the comments. Brazil also would like to join all of those who have spoken before us in recognizing the ambassador. I would like to just also note that I have had a short term to be able to spend time with the ambassador, but it has been intense, and we appreciate this. The legal background, the political acumen, and the tremendous human qualities have made Ambassador Ordóñez a true professor of diplomacy. Ambassador, thank you for all of the teachings and lessons learned. Brazil is at your disposal whenever you need us. Thank you. Brazil, Bolivia now has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me take just a moment to thank Alejandro with all respect for all of his efforts and thank him for his commitment to truth, his commitment to what is right, for his wisdom with regard to the law, his commitment to fair causes, independent of the differences of opinion that he or his delegation might have with others. But particularly, as our regional coordinator, Ambassador Washington Abdullah, has said, for teaching us how to engage in social harmony with those who think differently from us. We may have different ideas, different ideologies. The concept that we can all understand each other seated together around the same table is a labor of love and a labor of tremendous diplomatic skill. And that is the lesson we have all learned. Alejandra, God bless you and your family. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. La delegación de México.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Mexico bids farewell to Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez, permanent representative of Colombia, the country with which we now celebrate 200 years of diplomatic relations and a variety of initiatives that have strong ties of cooperation and integration. Our peoples have strong, common, and shared roots and identity, and that is the most important tie and linkage between us. Mexico and Colombia can acknowledge a strong strategic relations on topics such as security, migration, the struggle against drug trafficking, investment, trade, as well as greater regional integration in the Alliance of the Pacific. In all of these cases, Mr. Ambassador, dialogue and respect are the best paths to understanding. Personal values, regional values, have contributed on your part to the work that we've been able to do in terms of effective, responsible, pro-positive, multilateral collaboration, all of which are very much necessary in grappling with the challenges facing our region. Thank you, Excellency. I now recognize Chile. Thank you, Madam Chair. After all of what has already been said. I don't know that I have anything to add, but given the 4 years of the ambassador's stay here, there is one thing that has not yet been mentioned, and I believe this is something that we have noted, those of us that are recent arrivals. It is the generosity, the camaraderie, the openness that he shows in reaching agreements, as others have noted. I wish you the very best, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Holy See.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Holy See is honored to represent the other delegations present here, and specifically the other permanent observers, Spain, France, Italy, to bid farewell to Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez Maldonado, particularly as a representative of the Holy See. I have been able to see the bravery, the consistency, the intelligence of Ambassador Ordóñez and his extraordinary dedication to the good of his country and that of the Americas. I have admired his profound commitment to the work at the OAS, as well as to the political, economic, and social development of the region, without leaving aside the defense of the human rights that are inherent to every individual. While he, of course, will be sorely missed, and his understanding of the complexities of and the legal and social framework of the region, we will also miss his skills as a speaker, as a keen analyst of situations and realities, but we also hope that he will continue to contribute to the countries and people of the region. Ambassador, we bid you farewell and wishing you the best in your personal and professional life, and hope that you will continue to contribute your skills and talent to what is recognized by the national anthem of Colombia, that all of humanity that it has been unchained understand the words of those of he who has died on the cross. God bless you and your family. Thank you, the Holy See. The Secretary General, His Excellency Luis Almagro, has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been 4 years now since Ambassador Ordóñez presented his credentials. In his first intervention in September 2018, he referred to the topics that are our priority for the OAS, working in conjunction with the Inter-American System for Human Rights, the different approaches to combating corruption, the search for more agile cooperation mechanisms, by combating transnational organized crimes, and other aspects that we've worked on over the last 4 years. I had just returned from Colombia at that time, working with the technical group on the severe migration issue that they are experiencing as a result of the migration from Venezuela. In mid-2019, Colombia hosted the General Assembly of the Organization of American States, focusing on the topic of strengthening hemispheric multilateralism, particularly in light of the issues that the region was confronting. Of course, the pandemic of COVID-19 have expanded the need for these discussions, and the recovery, economic, social, and in other fashions of our countries in terms of securing equitable distribution of vaccines, securing better sources of financing, and coming out of the pandemic have all been topics to which Ambassador Ordóñez has contributed efficiently, effectively, and skillfully. He is a skilled civil servant, an attorney, a jurist, and a wonderful individual. These years he has spent with us at the OAS, he has sought to bear witness to the testimony of Colombia, its government, its people, and they should feel proud of the representation that he has given to them all here. You have been a true pillar of development in the region, defending democratic values and hemispheric cooperation on a continuous committed basis. Ambassador Ordóñez, allow me to recognize you for your commitment to your work ethic, to your skills, to your affable personality and affectionate friendship. We have worked so hard on the institution. We've seen and worked together on the defense of many principles. So for all of that, thank you.
Sir Ordóñez, you have the floor, Excellency.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, colleagues, and friends all here at the Permanent Council. If I told you that I am not moved, I would be lying. I would be lying if I failed to admit how I recollect the hours that I have walked through the passageways of the OAS and running in that process into all of our founding fathers, even the very founder of international law itself. I have sought them out in silence, looking for the future of the region. I have sought and waited for instructions that on times have never arrived, and from time to time I've also run into diplomats who have conspired against principles in which my country and I firmly believe. Nonetheless, those occasions are rare, and it is difficult to express all of the things that I am feeling. I am happy for the duty well met, but saddened by this inevitable farewell, and deeply concerned about the path that some sectors of the inter-American system have chosen. But firstly, my gratitude, ambassadors, secretaries, diplomatic representatives, and administrative staff who have been my companions in this 4-year journey, some present in the room and others absent because their service has concluded. We've spent extenuating or exhausting rather sessions together, such as today's, and the Council, at the Assembly, at the Summit of the Americas, and in many other events that we have met. We have agreed, we have disagreed, we have debated with respect and the corresponding admiration. So I am also happy, joyous that I have met so many challenges put forth by our states, and also happy for those opportunities for propinquity and the forging of accords. I remember the approval of the Inter-American Business Charter, the choice of Medellin as the host of the Fortnight General Assembly, the re-election of Commissioner Carlos Bernal of the Secretary General, decisions on the regime in Nicaragua, the situation in Ukraine, and the COVID-19 pandemic, and the assistance to millions and millions of Venezuelan migrants as a result of the dictatorship. On other occasions, the plurality of politics in this organization separated us. Topics such as the concerns over the threats posed by the Venezuelan dictatorship in terms of destabilizing the region, or the declaration of the illegitimacy of the Nicolás Maduro regime. And while it is no longer in vogue we must continue to note the concern of terrorism in Colombia. I recognize and remember particularly a discussion with Mexican Ambassador Luz Elena Baños in the Simon Bolivar room, but we nonetheless have been able to form a friendship and despite our debate and our shared devotion to the patron saint, the Virgin of Guadalupe. We have shared our joys, our concerns, our sadnesses, the meetings, the permanent council meeting of May 13th last, when we made public my country's commitment to the Geneva Consensus, reiterating the pro-life vision of the people of Colombia that has allowed President Ivan Duque to agree to that consensus, and that there is no international law right to abortion. We know that defending life may or may not be a point of pride for many, but it certainly is for me. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, I must also refer to the sadness that is part of this farewell, because pain, of course, has touched the doors of our permanent council with the person who at the time chaired this, Paraguayan ambassador Elisa Ruiz, as well as the unexpected departure of the ambassador and the foreign minister of Colombia, Carlos Olmes Trujillo. Two dear friends to the inter-American system who have lifted
de nuestra región y el presente de sus habitantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador Ordóñez, for your remarks. We wish you success in your future endeavors. Thank you for your contributions to the OAS and to this Permanent Council. I remind the delegations that immediately following this meeting of the Permanent Council, a protocol ceremony will be held in honor of the distinguished Ambassador Ordóñez. Distinguished colleagues, we now move to other business. I now offer the floor to delegations that wish to bring any informative issues. I note the Ambassador of Canada requesting the floor, followed by Chile.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't want to interrupt your introduction of any other business, but actually I can't. Kudo seems to have gone down, so I couldn't press the button. I think my friend from Chile probably has the same issue as well. I do have one item on any other business, and with your permission, I'll just launch into that immediately.
Please proceed. For the information of those on site here, we are sending a new link to those who are off site, so you might not have the functionality of the mics at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief, but it is something, and I know it's been a full day, but this was something we thought it important to bring to the attention of our colleagues here at the organization. As many of you know, Pope Francis made a pastoral visit to Canada from July 24th to 29th of this year. For many years in Canada, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis have been calling on the Pope to recognize the spiritual, cultural, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse that their children endured while attending residential schools. The recent visit of His Holiness Pope Francis was made possible by survivors, by Indigenous leaders and youth, who invited Pope Francis to Canada and shared their truths about the ongoing and intergenerational effects of the abuse that had been suffered at these government and church-run institutions. And I'll continue in French. Le gouvernement du Canada reconnaît qu'il y a du travail à faire sur plusieurs fronts à la suite de la visite du pape. Le pape François a reconnu que des mesures concrètes sont nécessaires, notamment le répartition.
The Government of Canada recognizes that work still needs to be done. Repatriation of native artifacts being a case in point, and also support for survivors. We'll continue to work with native peoples and mestizos so that we can continue with healing and reconciliation. Canada, we will continue to work for First Nations such as the Inuit and Métis to establish relations with those nations, between the Government of Canada and those nations, based on cooperation. On the 28th of June, we had the honor of depositing Chile's ratification of the Salvador Protocol, with the conviction that economic, cultural, social, environmental rights are basic and absolutely necessary rights for all people to live with dignity. We speak of rights such as right to work, social security, education, to live in a healthy environment, take part in cultural life, and health. In fact, given coincidences, this took place just a few moments after, in Chile, it was decided that even regardless of one's income, they would have a right to a retirement. We invited all the states to join the Protocol of San Salvador. Thank you very much.
An update on the special meeting of the Permanent Council scheduled for August 9th.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very, very quickly, next week we will be celebrating the 5th Inter-American Week for Indigenous Peoples. As one of the main events of this week, we have a special Permanent Council next week, Tuesday. So far we have only received indications of interest from 2 member states that they're presenting speakers for the Permanent Council, so we do have space if anybody else is interested. Si a alguien le interesa, por favor, nos comunica lo más pronto posible si tienen posibles oradores para las sesiones.
If anyone's interested, please let us know as soon as you can. If you have special speakers, this is the fifth week of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you.
There are no further requests for the floor. Before adjourning the meeting, I am pleased to inform delegations that the proposed program budget of the OAS for 2023, presented by the General Secretariat, distributed as document CP Doc 5796/22, has been duly referred to the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs for analysis. There being no further business to consider, this meeting is adjourned. Adjourned.